Okay, everybody, we're going to do a quick, well, actually, we have quorum in the room, so we're good. Do you want us to do a roll call?
Yeah, because trustees joined.
Okay. Trustee DeVis is in the room. Trustee Earhart's in the room. Trustee Hassan is in the room. Trustee Lee? Trustee Rajwani? Trustee Wong?
Trustee Lee is here.
Rajwani present.
Trustee Rajwani is present. Trustee Lee is here. Trustee Wong?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Trustee Wong. Trustee Patel?
I'm here, Chair.
Thank you. And Trustee Shan?
I'm here as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So we're all here, all 9. Great. Thank you. So we will continue with item number 3, which is the 2025-2026 budget. Director Latouche will speak to this.
Yes, and through you, Chair. Thanks for the opportunity to make some introductory remarks before I pass the mic to AD Zucker. Just want to acknowledge that in coming to this point where as staff we're making recommendations to achieve a balanced budget, it has taken a great deal of effort, and we know that the path has not been an easy one. It has not been an easy one for trustees, and it has not been an easy one for staff. And we acknowledge that everyone's interest has been in making the best decisions possible to serve our students across the entire school board, and to achieve a balanced budget, making minimal cuts, and where cuts may be necessary, to look for efficiencies in areas that have the least impact on direct service to students. So it has been an extraordinary process, and as well acknowledging that this has been done under the shroud of ministry investigation, which was announced on April 24th after the budget process had begun, has added to the complexity of what has been occurring. So we appreciate the pressures that trustees have been under in arriving to this point and in moving towards consideration of the recommendations that are going to be placed before trustees now through the report that was published on Friday. Acknowledge that in addition to trustees being challenged over the last while, so have staff. And we've appreciated areas where trustees have come together with staff in trying to find solutions that will position trustees to make the best decisions possible, and for staff to implement in the best way possible for all of our close to 240,000 students. I want to acknowledge in particular the effort of Associate Director Zucker, who has, on behalf of staff, led this process with really extraordinary effort and excellence in so many ways. And I will say, Stacy, you are incredibly knowledgeable, incredibly skilled, incredibly passionate about serving students and serving this board. And in front of the cameras, behind the scenes, and in many discussions, you have really shown your character and your focus on students and in making sure this board is best positioned to move forward to serve our students. You've been well supported by your team, including Executive Officer Craig Snyder, who has also worked tirelessly along with his team. And I will stop calling names at this point because I know that never ends well. But I did want to acknowledge the two of you in particular. but also note that your efforts have been well supported by staff across departments at all levels of this organization. I will note, as I have in previous comments, that in all of our deliberations, even in the hardest moments, we have attempted to the greatest extent possible to center first our students and secondly, people. And when it comes to people, certainly our staff, so that when we're having discussions that we knew would impact certain staff, efforts were always made to meet with staff, to meet with the representatives of staff, unions, and associations, and to provide opportunities to answer questions and to be as supportive as possible in how we move forward. And that will remain our approach in moving forward, taking a people-centered approach. And I, again, just want to thank People and Culture, the other associate directors, and all the staff that support them in the various reports that had to be written, the various questions that had to be answered, and in all the various ways in which staff have supported this process. So, Mr. Chair, I really appreciate the opportunity to acknowledge, as we're moving into this next phase, from consideration of options to presentation of recommendations. I will note that as challenging as this has been, we have needed to balance as staff our core responsibilities as outlined in the Education Act, in particular as it relates to the director, and recognizing that as director, I am supported by an expert staff. But I have a legislative responsibility to bring forward a balanced budget for trustees to consider. And that is what we have done and have been endeavoring to do through the hardest conversations, deliberations, and discussions. And we hope that trustees appreciate that legislative responsibility that we have. And so I state through you, Chair, to the public that the options that have been put forward that may not have been favorable to some, many, or perhaps all, have not been put forward because staff are in the business of cutting programs, but because staff have a legislative responsibility to find a way to reach a balanced budget and to present that to trustees. And then it's up to trustees for that consideration. Finally, I acknowledge, as I've referenced, the investigation that was announced by the minister. The board cooperated fully with PricewaterhouseCoopers. In that investigation, it is our understanding that that the report is now with the minister for consideration. As staff, we do not have any further information at this time as to timelines for when the minister may choose to respond or how the minister may choose to consider any recommendations that have been made by PwC to the minister. Like trustees, staff are also awaiting the minister's decisions. The minister, we anticipate, could decide, as he has in the case of other boards, to provide direction to trustees, or the minister could, as he has indicated in his announcement, decide to announce supervision for the board. We don't know any of the outcome of the minister's decision. I'm speaking to this now, Mr. Chair, in anticipation of questions that may be asked, but we'll be pleased to move this over to Associate Director Zucker momentarily. So notwithstanding any decisions that the minister may make in consideration of the report that is before him. We continue to move forward as staff of the Toronto District School Board in presenting a balanced budget to trustees for consideration, and would encourage trustees to consider the budget that's before you likewise, until or unless the minister directs otherwise. So with that, and with huge thanks to AD Zucker again, I am pleased to pass the microphone to Stacey. Over to you.
Thank you. And through the chair, it wouldn't be a budget presentation if there wasn't a PowerPoint attached to it. So it should be showing up. It says that it is, but it's not showing on our screen. Thank you. So we'll start with where we're ending, which is the end of, as the director indicated, a very thorough process that the board has undertaken with plenty of opportunity for feedback from the public and from trustees to the culmination of a budget which we are proud to put in front of trustees, where, as the director said, we have put students first throughout the entire process, looking at how to implement this, the recommendations, with as minimal impact as possible on our students and on our staff. But it started in February, where we showed a projected deficit of 70 million, to where we are today, where we are starting with a $34 million deficit. So again, thank you to all the recommendations that have been made so far, that will provide a 2-year plan to get us to a balanced budget. So as the director indicated, we are required to submit a balanced budget per the Education Act. We know that under the regulation, we can have a deficit of up to 1%, but and our 1% is 33.4 million. That being said, there is a caveat to that, which does require the maximum amount to be our reserve balance. So for us, that's 16.7 million. And then there is another caveat, I would say, that when we are required to submit a multi-year financial recovery plan, which we were, once it's approved, we follow the multi-year strategic or the multi-year financial recovery plan. So meaning if it's approved and there's a deficit that's more than 1%, that's okay. And so I think we're falling into this second caveat, which is required to submit a multi-year financial recovery plan, but it is not yet approved. And so today is really twofold. It's about presenting a plan to get us to balance, but it's also something that we can submit to the minister as our updated multi-year financial recovery plan. So again, if we look at our reserve balances, we have been operating with a structural deficit, so we're spending more than we receive over the last number of years, and that has resulted in a deficit on an annual basis, which has used up our accumulated reserves. And I will put the one caveat in here. If you look between 2020, 21 and 21-22, you'll see that there was a significant use of our internal reserves. And we know that that was a decision that was made to support our students through COVID. And that was something that we were allowed to do that year. And we did spend almost $70 million of our reserves that particular year in order to support students. So you'll see that our working fund reserve, and the working fund reserve really has no attachments to it. So it's just a surplus that we can use at any time. We used all of that up in 2020-21. And that the internally restricted reserves have continued to decrease. And you'll see that decrease for the totals, starting at 187 million, which I would say is a healthy reserve balance. and continuing to decline into the end of 23-24 of 16.7 million. And then again, projected for 24-25. So the current year that we're in is 16.7 million. The important part about that projection is that it does assume the use of the $28 million of proceeds of disposition, which we don't yet have approval for. And that approval, again, is tied to the 28 million is tied to our deficit recovery plan. Excuse me. So the 2024-25 budget, the 2025-26 budget, and the 26-27 budget are very interrelated through this process. I think somebody was cheering for that. So again, we were required to submit the recovery plan as a result of the 24-25 budget. And the plan was required in order to allow us to use that $28 million of proceeds of disposition. We submitted that plan to the ministry and to the minister on September 30th, 2024. And then on April 23rd, 2025, that should say, sorry, the minister announced publicly that that our multi-year financial recovery plan had not been approved. And that means then that our 24-25 budget has not yet been approved. So again, that interconnection, it does impact the current year budget does impact next year's budget because of the use of proceeds of disposition and allowing us to maintain our reserve balance. So as a result, and as part of this process, we are proposing a 2-year plan to achieve the balanced budget. One, because we want to have reasonable time for implementation. We know the impact that this has on our communities, on our students, on our staff. And so we believe and have heard through feedback from trustees and from the public that a time for implementation is important. But we can also resubmit this as our board-approved multi-year financial recovery plan to the ministry that will assist us with our 24-25 budget in future. So this really is multifaceted. I know we've looked at this a lot, but I think it's important as a reminder that we are operating a structural deficit where our planned spending is greater than our expected revenue. And in some cases, we are choosing to spend more in certain areas than funded based on our priorities. And in some cases, we're not fully funded. And just to highlight, again, those areas that we're not fully funded for, or that are not within our control. The first being statutory benefits. This has been an increasing number since 2019 when CPP was increased, but we did not receive a corresponding increase in funding. As it continues to increase, and as well as EI, there has still not been a corresponding increase in funding. So our unfunded amount for 25-26 is estimated at $43.7 million. So that is costs which we incur, the employer portion of the Canada Pension Plan and the employment insurance that we are not receiving funding for, but we do not have any options to make reductions there. The second reason for the structural deficit, it has to do with how we're funded for teaching staff. So in 2014, when the province began central bargaining, they came up with a central teacher grid, and that's how the funding was provided and is provided to boards. At that time, our grid was higher than the central grid, and so that led to an unfunded amount per teacher. And that amount, as percentage increases are applied to salaries, that amount continues to increase. So for 24-25, so the year that we're currently in, it's approximately $26.1 million difference. And again, if we looked at it on a teacher by teacher basis, we're looking at, $1,500 or less difference on a per teacher basis. But because of the sheer size of our board, it very quickly adds up, and it's a $26.1 million again that we have no control over. Another part, and we've talked about this a lot as well, is our underutilized spaces, and then the potential to close schools to reduce operating costs. We have over 63,000 spaces in our schools than we have students. And because of the moratorium that's in place on school closures, we aren't able to address or to reduce the number of spaces that we have. There is a cost to operating spaces that we don't get funding because we don't have students that are in those spaces. And so the ministry recognized this back in 2014 and prior, and they used to provide us with a grant called the top-up grant, which again recognized that it still costs about the same to operate a school, whether or not it's fully utilized. So they eliminated that grant, and the rationale that was provided for the elimination of the grant was that it was preventing boards from making some important decisions with regards to school closures. And yet, as soon as the grant was eliminated, the moratorium came into place. So although there was an expectation that the grant, the removal of the grant would lead to boards closing schools, then that ability was taken away from school boards. And so our staff has looked at how much we would receive in top-up grant in 25-26 if it still existed, and that amount would be $41.3 million. So again, that would be funding that we would have to operate the pupil spaces that don't have a student attached to them. The last reason that I wanted to highlight is that our grants that we receive, especially in the last few years where inflation was very high, have not kept pace with inflation. And so there are a number of amounts that are associated with what the true cost of inflation is, ranging from, again, the $776.41 per student that OPSPA provided to the $1,500 amount that we also talk about. But even if we look at the $776 per student, it does equal a funding gap of approximately $184.5 million. Obviously, $1,500 would almost double that amount. So where are we for next year? When we look at our projected operating revenues, and so this is operating and then capital is on top of this, we're looking at about $3.7 billion in operating revenue. Mostly core education funding, as you can see, but also some other ministry grants, which are the responsive education program grants for the most part that we receive, and then some miscellaneous funding. When we look at our projected revenue, this includes our capital. You can see the breakdown. Again, 86% of our funding, plus 8, because that's also ministry funding. So 94% of our funding is coming from the ministry and through our core education funding. And so although, you know, it is important for us to maintain our permit fees and to, you know, look at our international students and interest, and you can see all of the other grant or all the other revenue sources for the other or the miscellaneous revenue. It really is our core education funding, which drives our revenue. So as I said, the majority of it comes from core ed, and core ed is calculated mostly using projected enrollment, and it is about $3.5 billion for next year. As you can see, our enrollment, based on comparing it to our revised estimates of the current year, is expected to decrease by almost 1,400 students. Again, it sounds like a lot, and it is a lot, but it is 0.6%. So we do expect a decrease of 0.6%. And I want to acknowledge the planning department here in all the incredible work that they do to provide us with these estimates. You know, it's using historical information, it's using future information. And we know that they've been very accurate, even after COVID made things a little bit more challenging to predict. So we are fairly confident in using the projected enrollment, again, which does basically drive the amount of revenue that we receive. We talked about this on June 4th at the last FEC meeting when we looked at the core education funding, but it was released on May 24th. Some of the key changes, most of the additional funding came from labor-related increases. So those are collective agreement amounts that almost all except for our executives will receive, and the funding has been increased accordingly. We know that we're in the second year of the implementation of the 2021 census updates, and that did result in a reduction in funding for TDSB. And we have a small increase in student transportation funding, and then we received a 2% increase in the non-staff portion of the school facilities fund. So that's basically to cover increases in utilities, insurance, those sorts of things. So that's about 5.7 million. If we look at our core education funding again, you can see there are really 6 different funds: the classroom staffing, learning resource, special education facilities, transportation, school board administration, and then we've got our interest and school board trust that are outside of those core funds. But you'll see that most of it does support classroom staffing and learning resources. And special education, I would say, also support students. So when you look, besides the school facilities, which is about 10% of our total grants, and school board administration, which is about 2% of our total grants, most of our funding goes towards supporting our students, and again, mostly directly. When we look at our other ministry grants, again, that is our responsive education programs. It supplements the core education funding. It provides time-limited funding. It is reviewed each year by the ministry. The ministry provides us with agreements that usually tell us very specifically how we must spend that funding. And so when we haven't received all of the announcements yet for 24-20 or for 25-26, but from what we have received, and which is the majority, there are no significant changes. And if there are slight increases, it's because there is a staffing component and they have included the increases, the collective agreement increases there. Again, miscellaneous revenue, which is a small portion, but it is all of our other, and it's our permit revenue, it's our lease revenue, interest revenue, international student fees. And we do expect a slight decrease there as a result of our interest revenue mostly, and then some of the revenue that we receive from the federal government to support our learning for newcomers to Canada. So our expenditures, and you'll see this in the report as well, mostly, again, salaries and benefits, 86.6%, so fairly significant component. Supplies and services, so that is all of our maintenance costs, that's our office paper, that sort of thing, is about 7.7%. Fees and contractual, and these are actual contracts that we have, legally binding contracts. Includes our transportation costs, for example, that we have contracts with the providers, 4.6%, and then a very small percent is other. And as we tighten our budget as tight as possible, you'll see that number continue to decrease. So this year, other is 1.1%. I believe last year the number was around 2%. So we will continue to impact that number. And again, this just shows us that most, 73%, supports school instruction. And included in here as well, even amortization. So that's all of our capital assets, our buildings each year is about 9%. I do want to address the school fundraising that you see here, and then you saw school generated funds on the revenue side. They're both $50 million. Those are estimates. The revenue always matches the expenditures. So any funding that is raised by schools through school generated funds, there is a corresponding expense that is also included in the budget. So if our revenues go up in that area, then the expense will go up. And if our revenues go down, then our expenses go down. And so I just wanted to be very clear that although you see this here as an expense and you saw it as a revenue, it really is those school-generated funds which are generated at the school level that support all of the different initiatives that our school councils have, for example, and those are always balanced. So we do not use, just in case you were looking at the revenue side, the school-generated funds to support operations of the board in any way. And the budget will always match dollar for dollar the revenues and the expenses. So again, salaries and benefits represent almost 87% of our projected expenditures. And you'll see two main reasons really for a change in that number. One is an increase or a decrease in the positions as a result of changing enrollments. And I know that we have a decrease in some of our enrollments, but we also have an increase in some aspects. And so you'll see different changes as a result. And then of course our collective agreements impact our expense. And it mostly is a percentage increase, but also different staff members move on the grid. So if you're a teacher that's been working for 3 years, you move to the 4th year on the grid, but then you also receive the grid receives a 2.75% increase. So there is because it's 87% of our budget, and because of those two reasons, you will see significant changes here. And again, mostly funded, but that $26 million is where that I talked about originally, where we're not funded dollar for dollar for the teacher increases. Is not just limited to teachers. A lot of our staffing costs are higher than the benchmarks that are included in the core education funding. So what does that all mean? On April 30th, we did present to the FBAC committee, and we showed a projected deficit at that time of $58 million. On June 4th, when we went through all of the impacts of the core education funding and the responsive education program funding, we saw about a $3 million increase or $3 million added to our budget. So that reduced our deficit from 58 million to 55 million. And then on May 21st, trustees did approve $20.6 million in reductions. So that leads us to where we are today, which is a $34.4 million deficit that, again, we are providing a 2-year plan to get that number to be balanced or to zero. Outlining just the consultation and the feedback opportunities that have been provided through this process. And I do commend the Board of Trustees for ensuring that there are multiple opportunities for the public to provide feedback. We did 4 town halls, 3 in person and 1 hybrid. We did presentations to and received feedback from various community advisory committees, including SEAC, which is a requirement under legislation, but also the Community Use of Schools Community Advisory Committee. We did do a presentation to and received feedback from students. We provided a hybrid opportunity. There were multiple opportunities for delegation on the options to balance, and we also received written delegations. And then staff did initiate a budget survey that had over 14,000 responses. And I did think that it was important just to provide, we haven't really talked about the survey and what the results were, but I do believe that the survey, this budget supports the results of the survey. Mostly responded to over 70%, I believe, of parents and caregivers and guardians. The highlights include the top 3 that they indicated that we should look at for reductions or cost recovery were transportation that's not fully funded by the ministry, permit fees and continuing education, and again, looking for efficiencies. And then the top 3 areas that survey respondents did not think that we should be considering, and the numbers were very small. And I think this supports everything that we already knew. special education, mental health supports, and safety-related expenditures. Then survey respondents were provided an opportunity to provide open responses, and the main themes did look at potentially reducing senior team and not reducing, and in fact increasing in a lot of the comments, direct support for students to support the pillars of the multi-year strategic plan. So whether we heard that it was, you know, more special education supports, or more literacy supports, more math supports, more mental health supports, those are the types of responses that we did here in that survey. So when we're looking at how did we make these recommendations and what did we look at, the multi-year strategic plan was a key driver. I think that with all of the feedback that we received, and you know, the considerations that we have, the expectations of the ministry, the multi-year strategic plan really does drive how we should be spending our money in order to support those pillars. Ministry regulations. So when I speak of ministry regulations, a lot of that relates to class size. So our class size regulations really determine the number of educators that we have. And so we want to make sure that we're following ministry regulations. Collective agreements, there are things in collective agreements that impact timelines, that impact things like protected complements, and how we staff our schools and the timing of doing that. Also in feedback and letters that we've received from the ministry, especially when it relates to the ability to use proceeds of disposition in 2024-25, there was a commitment to our core mandate. So really it's about supporting kindergarten to grade 12 curricular expectations. And then there's also a commitment to eliminate positions funded with one-time funding when that funding goes away. And I think it's important to recognize that we are able to maintain those positions if we identify a permanent funding source. And I think that that's going to be important to some of the conversation that we have a little bit later. We also have some auditor, as a result of the Auditor General being at TDSB for the last couple of years, there were some recommendations that the Auditor General provided, and we took those into account as well. And again, I think this is going to be the third time in the presentation between the director and I that we mentioned this, but students first, always, right? How do these decisions impact students directly? We know that some of these decisions do impact students, but it is about minimizing the impact and about supporting our multi-year strategic plan while still adhering to the commitments and the recommendations that have been previously provided by the ministry and the Auditor General. So just a reminder, there was a recommendation that we work with the ministry to understand our structural deficit. I'm not going to say whether we have one or not, because we do know that we have one, and how TDSB's unique circumstances play a role in its financial challenges. But there's also recommendation 9, which says that we should regularly assess programs and services that we currently deliver that are not fully funded, and redesign the programs and services or fees charged for them so that they can be offered on a cost recovery basis. So that really did help to support some of the recommendations that you will see later on in the report. And here we are. So I'm going to go through these recommendations at a really high level. If trustees have questions, we have all of the staff here to support answering the questions. But I think what you'll see here is a theme. We did bring, I don't think that anything that you see here is going to be brand new, but we did hear a lot of feedback from trustees, from the public, from, in some cases, permit holders, that about the recommendations, and it allowed us to really listen and to tweak the recommendations in order to support our students and our community as best as possible. So the first recommendation that we'll talk about is the renewed outdoor education model. We are recommending the proposal that was presented to trustees on May 15th regarding outdoor education. So they do support providing outdoor education on a cost recovery basis. It includes things like looking at increased revenue generation from other sources, restructuring their day program, maintaining 3 overnight facilities, and looking at reductions in site and central staffing. And so the recommendation, which is again, cost recovery, or the expenses will match with the funding that we receive from the ministry, plus any fees that we charge, would look at a savings of $4.7 million. And I'm also gonna, because this is a 2-year plan, there are some things that we're implementing in 25-26, and that will continue to impact the budget moving forward. And so I just wanted to identify the years and then what it means moving forward. So the savings that would result from this renewed outdoor education model recommendation are savings that will result in 25-26, and we will continue to have that savings as we provide outdoor education on a cost recovery basis moving forward. And again, we know that there are some things that I think are important for us to note about the model, and that is that we do continue to work to identify an appropriate site for Indigenous land-based learning that we can support. That the capacity that's remaining after the sites are closed, so this is referring specifically to overnight, can still accommodate the number of students that have been accessing overnight facilities annually. So if all of a sudden, usually it's about 80%, if all of a sudden 100% of schools wanted to access the sites, then it would be challenging. But to support the 80% that has been fairly consistent year over year, we will have that capacity. And then the long-term goal is to investigate setting up a land trust and run the facilities that would allow the sites to be appropriately maintained and operated on a cost recovery basis. And so we will be providing more information. This is more of the longer-term goal, but we believe that it's an important goal, and we continue to work towards this. But just wanted to identify it up front that there are sort of some short and then longer term parts of this recommendation. With regards to pools and swimming, the recommendation regarding pools has been updated, and it is based on the feedback that we received from the public, from the permit holders, from trustees, from the Community Use of Schools Community Advisory Committee, and it's also based on the motions that trustees have put forward. And it does, I'm going to go high level here, that we continue to, so the first one is that change is that we do continue to permit pools for the 25-26 year at the final proposed rate. So there's 2 things here. One, we heard loud and clear from permit holders that even a January transition would be challenging. They needed some stability to be provided. Consistency, so that they would be able to run their programs and plan, accordingly. But the second part is that in February, when we came to trustees and we talked about the pool rates, we did look at a phased in approach to getting to the final proposed rate. So we are suggesting that the final proposed rate start in September. We will negotiate new lease agreements with the City of Toronto, and we heard on Wednesday at PPC that this has already started to happen, and that TLC is working very closely with the City of Toronto in order to come up with those new leases that would be cost recovery. We then will look at lease opportunities for all of our other pools. And as you know, and again, that was the information was provided through PPC from TLC, that we do have significant interest. I think there's 45 different organizations that have come forward so far, and that was just in a 2-week period. And some of them were interested in more than one pool. So it is our sincere hope right now, and we don't have anything to indicate otherwise, that this would allow us to provide lease opportunities for all of our other pools. But we did note that if there are pools that there is not interest in through this process, that we would look to close those pools in 26, 27. We will continue to provide, again, this is based on feedback that we received, provide programming at the 2 congregated sites, full-time programming, and that we will continue to provide reduced programming at all of the other sites. So we know that we have currently employed at TDSB, we have 74 aquatic instructors. So we will maintain those 74 aquatic instructors. This is what the recommendation is. And then we will we'll operationalize how to deploy those 74. And this is assuming that we can come to an agreement between us and CUPE, because it does change a little bit of the how the aquatic instructors currently operate. And then we will look at expanding programming in other schools that don't have pools. So right now, the Swim to Survive program is operated by the City of Toronto. And so we, as part of the discussions with them on the lease agreements, are also looking at how do we expand that programming to other schools if they want to be a part of that program. So the recommendation results in limited savings in 25-26, or limited increases in revenues, I should say, for the most part, but really does look at a cost recovery model for 26-27. So in total, that's $13.3 million, which is what we are currently overspending for pools. And we would have that cost recovery basis moving forward. So for after 26-27, we will continue to operate on a cost recovery basis. With regards to recommendation number 3, we're looking at continuing education, and we're recommending the proposal presented to trustees on the April 30th regarding continuing education. They do include increasing revenues via either increased enrollment or increased fees where applicable, and some operating efficiencies. So the recommendation does result in a savings of $2.3 million in 25-26 and beyond. So those savings will continue year after year. With regards to number 4, which is one-to-one devices, it has been adjusted based on feedback we received and also from trustee motions. So we do know that there is a motion in place right now asking for a lot of information that will help trustees in order to make the decision about what the appropriate year is for us to start the one-to-one device program. So we are recommending that we pause device distribution in 25-26. Again, this allows trustees to receive that information that they've requested in order to assist them in making decisions. It does mean that all students in grades 6 to 12 will continue to have a device in 25-26. We will also receive devices back from our grade 12 students, and we will look at how we can redistribute them out to the system in an equitable way. And then we will resume device distribution in 26-27. And we right now are assuming that there's only one device as opposed to 2 devices per student in their entire school career. So it does result in a budget savings of $9 million in 25-26, but we will add back $4.5 million in 26-27, and then there will be a $4.5 million savings in 26-27 and moving forward. With regards to a reduction in positions funded by one-time funding, we know that this specifically relates to the COVID positions that were funded. There are school-based safety monitors, there's some mental health support, some social workers and CYCs, and also some vice principals that are funded here. Based on the feedback that we received, we have adjusted the timing of when this would be implemented. So there's no impact on 25-26, meaning that we will continue with all these positions in 25-26. And then in 26-27, And it's a slight nuance, but I think it's important for us to stop talking about these positions as COVID positions and one-time positions and identify permanent funding sources for the positions that we keep, so that each year we're not talking about them through the budget process. They're just part of the regular complement. And so we are in 26, 27, we will either fund certain positions with permanent funding, or the positions will be eliminated. And so again, the recommendation results in no savings for 25, 26 because there are no changes, but cover it up here, 4.7, I think it is, or 4.6 million in 26, 27 and beyond, 4.7. Thank you. With regards to recommendation number 6, which is the renewed music program, the recommendation has been updated based on feedback received. The recommendation is that we actually add $1 million to the budget in 25, 26. And this assists us in the implementation of the original proposal from April 30th. So that actually increases the spending in this area from 5 million to 6 million. And then we would implement the renewed music program in 26, 27. So it results in an actual add of $1 million in 25, 26, but then $5 million of savings in 26, 27 and beyond. And again, as originally proposed, it still does provide $1 million annually to support music programming. Number 7, we talked about this in one of the presentations that we did to just identify that there were a number of program reviews that were currently in process. And we know that there are likely savings efficiencies that will result as a result of the implementation of whatever the results are of those program reviews. This is an estimate at this time, but we're estimating the efficiencies to be approximately $5 million, and that will come into play in 26, 27, and then we'll continue. For other, we have identified areas that will likely result in increased revenue or in budget reductions over the next couple of years. And they do include things like the increase of permit fees that were approved in February, a review of administration expenses, and this does include a review of senior team. And that was the commitment that we made, that we would come back to trustees in 25, 26. So the estimate is $500,000 for 25, 26, and then an additional 1.5 million in 26, 27. So that means that moving forward from there, it's a $2 million annual savings moving forward. Recommendation number 9, I think it's really important, and it's us seeing, starting to see the results of making difficult decisions and allowing us then to reinvest in the board. So we do know that people and culture have done great work, and they continue to make strides towards the provincial average for the number of sick days that the board has. And that has resulted in budget savings related to replacement costs. We have already included savings, and ambitious savings, I would say, in the 25-26 projected financial position. And we do believe that any savings in 26-27 really are an opportunity for us to invest in areas that support the multi-year strategic plan. And there are many different areas that we could look at in investing in, whether it's, again, additional mental health supports, additional staff that support literacy, additional staff that support students with special education needs, additional vice principals if needed. So those are, that really is truly an opportunity. So it doesn't provide any budget savings, but it doesn't allow for an additional investment, which we believe is really important. And we're estimating $5 million both ways. So if we receive $5 million in savings, then we will be able to reinvest $5 million in other supports. So when we look at the actual recommendations, we're looking at a total of $17.9 million in 25-26. and then $22.6 million in 26-27. And again, both those savings will continue into the future. We are looking at using proceeds of disposition in 25-26. So I want to be very clear. Proceeds of disposition are not a sustainable way for us to balance the budget, right? We don't, you don't sell your furniture to pay your rent, right? You need to find a sustainable way to pay your rent. We need to find a sustainable way to balance our budget. We would only ever recommend using proceeds of disposition to support one-time expenditures. We do know that 25-26 is the last year of the phase-in of the amortization of the employee future benefit liability. And that's a mouthful, but what you need to know is that we currently have an expenditure each year that represents the amortization of the employee future benefit liability. And for TDSB, up until this current year, it's been $22.8 million a year. And that's an expense that goes on our books that doesn't actually have any anything that comes from it other than it's an expense and it takes up budget. So as we amortize, as this amortization expense goes away, then that frees up budget and there's no impact whatsoever on any kind of service or program or anything that we provide. So the amount that's left, that will be left in 25-26, it's $13.7 million. So in 25-26, there's a $9.1 million saving, which we have already taken into the budget for this year. There will be a further $13.7 million reduction in 26-27, as that expense will no longer exist. So we are recommending that the board request the use of POD for $13.7 million for the 25-26 budget. So the other part of this plan, which I think is really important, if you recall, we did have, we thought that we would have a $28 million deficit this year. And then when we added all of the things that had an impact on this year's budget, we got up to 58. So there was about a $30 million difference between what we thought it was going to be last year or what it was at the end of this year compared to what it's going to be at the beginning based on all of the things that we have to take into account. And I'll give you some concrete examples. We have contracts that we have with our transportation providers. Those contracts have a built-in increase year over year over year. And so it makes sense for us to start the year and to start this budget process, including those increases in there, because we know that they're going to happen. And so if it's going to be higher, like our starting point is going to be higher than our ending point. And so this is the first year that we've done this. And I think that this just shows how serious we are about getting to a balanced budget, how important it is to take those things into account and to plan for things that we know are going to impact our budget. And so we have included 3 different areas. One is all of the transportation contracts is a big part of it, but any other contract where we have legal obligations that relate to increases in the contracts. We know that our benefits increase year over year. And also we know how the census, the phasing of the census has impacted us for the last 2 years. So we have estimated an amount there. What I'll say is if for some reason the funding increases to cover these costs, then that is, it's something then we can look at reinvesting, right? That we wouldn't be in a position where we estimated these costs and then they didn't come to fruition. And so I think this is responsible. This is a good estimate as to where we're going to be. And it really does put us in a better position at the start of next year because we've already taken into account $20 million. $19.5 million is what we're estimating the increases for the 26-27 budget will be without even, like all things being equal. that's where we're going to start. We're going to start $20 million worse off next year than we end this year. That's our best estimate at this time, and we have included it in the plan. So I hope this helps to explain a little bit, but we right now have a projected deficit of $34.4 million. And based on the recommendations that we saw, we're looking at savings of 17.9 million. So that puts us in a deficit of 16.5 million. We do believe that we should be asking to use proceeds of disposition again to cover that one-time expenditure. So we would ask for $13.7 million. And that gets us to a projected financial position or a deficit of $2.8 million at the end of 25-26. I think it's a reasonable, those are all reasonable assumptions. I think that having a $2.8 million deficit at the end of the year and only asking for proceeds related to the one-time expenditure, I think shows fiscal responsibility. And it shows that we know that proceeds is not a sustainable way of balancing the budget, that proceeds should be used for these one-time expenditures. When we look, so then the starting point for next year, assuming that we don't use proceeds again, is not the 2.8, it's the 16.5, right? Because the ending point was, it was a $16.5 million deficit. We used one-time funding to cover that off. So that's our starting point for 26-27 is $16.5 million. Again, when we talk about those known budget increases for 26-27, we've increased our deficit by $19.5 million. But then we know that we have savings that are coming in from that 13.7. So in total, we are projecting to start 26-27 with a $22.3 million deficit. So not 16.5, but 22.3. And again, it's based on us estimating costs that are going to come in, but also knowing that we will have a savings. The proposed recommendations that you saw in the report equal 22.6 million, and that gets us to a $300,000 surplus. So I do believe that this is a reasonable way to take into account the expectations of the Auditor General and of the ministry to make reductions that have as minimal impact on students as possible in a responsible way. What we can't do, because the 2 years are tied together. So passing 25-26 on its own is not possible because there's so much of 25-26 that's tied to 26-27. So it does have to be a 2-year plan. And then just to end, because I think it's important for us to end on the positive, we're talking about all of the reductions that we're making, but this budget supports the multi-year strategic plan as best as possible. So even though enrollment has decreased in the current year and has decreased over the last couple of years, we're still maintaining the same level of funding for special education, for mental health supports, and to support student safety. We're maintaining teaching positions that directly support early reading intervention and math supports. We're maintaining funding to support equitable outcomes like model schools, for example. And we haven't made any reductions to support or to school budget allocations. Also, the last recommendation where any savings that we receive from the any savings that we have that are on top of our proposals would be able to be reinvested because we'd be in a balanced position in order to support our multi-year strategic plan, I think is even more exciting. So what are our next steps? If this is approved, then we finalize our budget submission and we submit it to the ministry by June 30th. We also submit an updated approved 2-year plan for the multi-year financial recovery plan. So we would submit that to the minister to be reconsidered, impacting not only the current year budget and future budgets, but also our 24-25 budget. And then we would have to request the use of $13.7 million of proceeds of disposition for 25-26. I know that and I'm not going to read these out because I mentioned these names at the last meeting, but I can't not thank everybody again, including our chair of FBEC. He's probably spent way more time with me than he's ever wanted to, but really appreciate all of the work that he's done, you know, the pushing that he has done. We wouldn't be in this position if it wasn't for him. So thank you. And thank you to all of the staff who've supported this. And thank you to this committee for all of the feedback that has been provided. I do hope that this is something that shows that we've heard you, and that recognizing our responsibility, we've also taken into account the feedback that we have received at all of these meetings. So thank you, and I will open it up to questions.
Thank you, Associate Director Zucker. And it's been a long day for staff, so we're going to recess now until 6:45 so that we can have dinner. We will reconvene at 6:45 and we will start with questions at that time. Okay, before we begin, we'll just do a roll call. Trustee Lee, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Thank you, Trustee Lee. Trustee Rejwani? Trustee Wong?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you, Trustee Wong. Trustee Patel? Chair Shan? And can we get any other trustees to just to verify so that we do the record accurately?
Trustee Williams here.
Rajagul Singham.
Trustee Nunziata present.
Thank you, trustees. And we have Trustee D. DeVitas has just entered the room, so we have quorum. So can we go?
Trustee Pay present.
Thank you, Trustee Pei. Sorry. Trustee Pei, you're the first. You have the first question tonight, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a lot of questions to ask through you, Mr. Chair. If I don't finish my questions, could you put me back to the list? First question I want to ask on the agenda, page 4, which I want to understand more about the status reserve over last 5 years. So if you look at the first line items, 2020, we have working fund is $22.7 million. That's a surplus. Then for the next 4 years, this surplus is gone. And then for internally restricted funding, we gone from $179 million to $26 million. That's a really dramatic decrease, probably around 85%. And then we look at the committed sinking fund, which interest are earned, understand the interest rate was different, that's probably make the difference. Then I look at the internally restricted available to a support deficit, which has gone from 164 million to $60 million, which is 90% reduction. So through you, Mr. Chair, I just want to understand what really happened here. Can staff give me a real explanation? Thank you.
Thank you. And through the chair, I'll start, and then I'll ask Executive Officer Snyder to speak maybe to it a little more, because he would have been here through some of those challenging times. In 2020, 21, that was when trustees, the ministry provided an opportunity to school boards to be able to use up to 2% of their deficit in order to support students with COVID. So my understanding is the board at that time chose to spend approximately $70 million of reserves in order to ensure student safety and following along with Toronto Public Health recommendations. So that would have been the first year. The other thing that happened during COVID, which is a challenge, is our enrollments decreased, and they still have not come up to pre-pandemic levels. Our permit fees went down, international students went down, a number of areas where we receive revenue during COVID decreased, and they have still not come back up to pre-pandemic levels. So in order to be able to offset those challenges, we either had to reduce our expenditures, or it caused us to have a further deficit. So we know that we had a significant deficit in 2021, 22. And then since then, we've been on a deficit recovery plan and have made some significant strides in order to be able to remain as close to balance as possible. And then this plan will get us there. So I believe that most of the result is either through us using our reserves in order to offset COVID-related expenditures in 2020, 21, or the impact of COVID on 21, 22 would have been those 2 big years. Happy for Executive Officer Snyder to provide anything further.
No, I think to you, Chair, that's the correct analysis of what happened over those 2 years.
Thank you. Okay, I want to move on. My next question to you, Mr. Chair. When we look at regarding the outdoor education, I want to go to outdoor education. So I really look at this saving $4.7 million. So I understand we have a last special ALPAC meeting really discuss this number. Could you, the staff will give me some summary where this 4.7 million come from? Through you, Mr. Chair.
Sorry, through the chair, I'm going to ask Associate Director Sarisco to speak to that. Thank you.
Thank you. If I could just take a minute to have the breakdown researched. Trustee Pei, if you move on to your next question, we'll have the breakdown for you.
Okay, thank you very much, AD Sarisco. Okay, so I'm going to process question now. I'm going to move on to the next question. I do see that for the swimming pool, we have a $2.4 million dollar budget saving for this coming year. I just want to understand, is this a saving based on increase of permit fees, or are you related to the cutting those aquatic instructors?
Through the chair, there's really three components of that change. The 2.4 million, it's made up of an expected increase in permit fees of about 600,000. And that is by moving to the increased permit fee rate that was approved by trustees in February, just moving directly to that rate and not phasing it in. So that's about 600,000. About 900,000 of it relates to, as of January 1st, having cost recovery leases with the City of Toronto. So we know that TLC right now is working with the City of Toronto in order to ensure that we have leases that are at cost recovery. So they currently have leases that are about to expire, and therefore our expectation is that we will be at cost recovery. So that's about 900,000.
Okay.
The remainder is 900,000 that relates to aquatic instructors. And just again, it's important to note, we have a budget of 86 aquatic instructors, but we have currently 12 vacancies. That means that we only have 74 aquatic instructors working right now at TDSB. So we are only going to be budgeting. This recommendation is only to budget for the 74. That means that there are no losses in positions, but we wouldn't be filling those vacancies. So that's where the other 900,000 comes from.
Okay, thank you very much. Is regarding my question. Through Mr. Chair. So I'm asking regarding the 12 vacancies. Are they just what's the reason there's a vacancy?
Through the chair, those particular vacancies represent individuals that we weren't able to find in the hiring process through the course of the year. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. My follow-up question will be by now that employees 12 vacancy the positions. Also, we understand, according to the MIS regulation, we need a 2 aquatic instructor for a secondary program. So how much reduction in terms of program by this saving $900,000?
So through the chair, I'll start, and then I'll ask Associate Director Salmon if he'd like to add. If we have 74 aquatic instructors and we require 2 in order to offer programming, we already have the 2 existing at the congregated site, so those will remain in place. So we're looking at 64 pools, and this 74 aquatic instructors would be able to provide 37 programs on a daily basis. So it really is looking at how do we use those 37 programming days? How do we operationalize that to ensure that we're as best as possible, having as minimal impact on programming at schools as possible. So for example, we know that there are secondary courses that may potentially already be out there, or students may be registered in for the fall. So how do we support that programming continuing? Those are the types of things that Associate Director Salmon and his staff will be looking at. How do we operationalize 37 programs operating on a daily basis at 64 pools?
Okay, so Mr. Chair, I do reading on the agenda, page 21, Appendix B. It says 39 additional quality instructor will be required in 2025-20 to maintain same level of programming at a cost of approximately $2.8 million. So 39 divided by 34, 74. So that's almost 50%. So what really come up? We need a 39 additional instructors, but we're not getting that. So my math here, we're virtually cutting 1/3 of the program. Am I correct here? Thank you.
So through the chair, currently we hire aquatics instructors so that we can have programming 5 days a week at each of our schools that have pools. Although we do have 12 vacancies and we don't control necessarily where those vacancies are. So in some cases, we actually aren't able to offer programming because there's a vacancy in that area. So in order to maintain 5-day-a-week programming at all of our schools, we would have had to add 39, you're correct. And so if we are not adding 39 and we're actually reducing by 12, again, we have 74. So divide that by 2 because you need 2 on each site. We can support 37 programs a day. So you're correct in that it would reduce it by approximately 1/3. That being said, we will look at programming. What this will not do is provide 5-day-a-week programming at schools, but we will be operationalizing how we best support the existing programming based on enrollment numbers, based on the programming that's already happening. There are a lot of factors that will go into how we operationalize having less staff available and less programming. So there won't be 5 days, it may be 2 days a week, it may be 3 days a week, rather than 5 days a week. And so it is, how does that then school still support programming with the reduced number of hours?
Okay, thank you very much, for a very comprehensive explanation here. I only have one pool at my 19 schools. So I'm advocating for other trustees who have more swimming pools. So I want to stress that point. 1/3 of the program to cut. So, okay, so you're going to make a decision on that. Okay. All right. I can move on the next item. Mr. Chair, respectfully, if I don't finish the question for this item and my following question, please put me back to the list. So I want to ask the staff regarding this renewed music program. So who really come to this plan, by the way? Is by the staff or by the music department or by some expert consultant? Who really came to the plan?
Through the chair, I'll ask Associate Director Sarisco to respond, please.
Thank you very much. And just if you give me a second, Trustee Pei, I'm just reading the closed caption. I think your question is who designed the plan, and are you meaning the current IMI program, or are you meaning the renewed music program? Trustee Pei, if I could ask that clarification through the chair.
Okay, thank you, Adia Sarisco. I'm asking for this renewed program. Who come up with this plan?
Thank you very much.
Based on what kind of research or consultation?
For the question. Trustee Pei, through the chair, our challenge was to put before trustees a program that supported the board's decision-making in developing a balanced budget. The Ministry of Education asked us specifically to look at programs that had no funding source. We absolutely appreciate the enhanced program that the TDSB has enjoyed for many, many years in regards to having IMIs. As the reports have pointed out, IMIs are not Ontario qualified teachers. They are an enhancement. So the staff were charged with describing a program that would still support very strong programming within all of our elementary schools. So before you, that is the renewed music program that has a $1 million investment. Of course, it has changed since our initial suggestion. So the current program is a $1 million investment this year to be supporting the purchase of instruments in professional development. And we'll also be looking at other opportunities to look at really leveraging our 636 qualified music instructors in our board. So I hope that is support for your question. And when you'd like to, I did find the data in regards to the $4.7 million of outdoor education that I can walk through for you.
Okay, thank you. Through Mr. Chair, I want to ask how many MI program currently at the TDSB? How many schools who have MI program?
How many schools have the IMI programs? I'll
That's
turn
right. How many
to
program run by those 74 MI instructors? And how many students will be affected by the program, by the change of the program?
by the change of the program.
That's correct, yes. Because, I mean, the board have intention to cut 74 MI instructors next year.
Yeah.
Right? Based on the budget, assumption.
Right. And thank you for the question through the chair, Trustee Pay. So just to be reinforcing the new approach that AD Zucker outlined, for next year, there would be actually an enhancement of $1 million. So IMIs would remain in our system and they would be eliminated in 26-27, but for next year, what that $1 million is going to be doing is, again, I'll reinforce, purchasing instruments where schools don't have instruments and our top schools with need based on the LOI, providing professional learning, and again, looking for ways to be supporting and leveraging our 636 qualified music instructors in our system.
Okay, sorry, Madam Chair, I only have 8 seconds left. So I'm asking, for that 634, there are teachers, music teachers, they're not qualified IMI instructors, right? They're not expert. There's a big difference between teacher and expert, right?
Trustee Pay, I think that is a comment through the chair.
Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Trustee Pay, your time has gone up. We will put you back on the clock. You did ask a question of Associate Director Sarisco as it pertained to outdoor education. Are you interested in the breakdown of the numbers, sir?
Yes, please, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
I'm looking for the answers, yeah.
Thank you. And through the chair, I'm quoting from a report from March 26th of this year at an FBEC. And I believe your question, Trustee Pay, is in regards to the $4.7 million of overspending that is quoted in outdoor education. So our core funding, and it's on page 38 of the report, our core funding is $2.1 million. Other revenues is $2.3 million, which would be fees, for a total of $4.4 million. Our salaries and benefits are $6.5 million. Our operating costs are 2.6 for a total of 9.1. So that differential is an overspending of 4.7 million.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, all right.
Trustee
I'll come
Pay, I'll
back
put
for
you
the
back
question.
on the list. Thank
Thank you
you.
very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, staff. Thank you.
Trustee Hastings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A question to, I guess, Katie Zucker, to you, Mr. Chair. If we got our $70 million back that we spent on COVID, would we have this problem now?
Thank you through the chair. It's a good question. So the $70 million that we used to support COVID spending, it was part of our reserves. So we are allowed to spend up to 1% of our reserves to have a deficit of 1% that's considered balanced. So 1% of our reserves is $33.4 million this year. So basically, we would have 2 years of being able to use our reserves, 2 additional years to use our reserves, and then we'd be in the exact same place in 2 years. So it would buy us a little bit of time, but it doesn't solve the ultimate challenge, which is that we spend more each year than we're funded for.
Mr. Chair, it doesn't quite answer my question. This is, I keep hearing 70, 70, 70, and I take it that if you get it back, you'll solve the problem. Next question. We have, as been reported in the news, and I get slapped over the face every time I'm on the highway with it, we've got lots of buildings that we can sell. Why aren't we doing any of that?
So through the chair, we do go through a process where if we have a building that is either is not being used by us currently, the planning department goes through a process where they look at whether or not we will need it in the future. If it's not needed in the future, then we bring it here to declare it surplus. And then it goes through the surplus regulation requirements, which basically means we provide the list to the ministry, and they let us know whether or not any of the ministries are interested in those properties. So we currently have, and I'm not sure if it's 5 or 6 different properties that are waiting with the ministry to go through that process. So when we do have a property that is not going to be needed by the TDSB in the future, it is definitely something that we do, is to look to sell those properties. And then again, there are rules about how we can use that money. It is supposed to be reinvested in the renewal needs of our schools, so to make improvements in our schools. Certainly, once we hear back from the ministry about those properties, we will either have sold them to the ministry, or then we will sell them, we'll follow the next steps in our process. So I do think that we are moving forward with selling properties when it's appropriate. The challenge is, as we know, different neighborhoods, there may not be a need for a school now, but there may be a need for one in the future. And so, as you know, and I'm sure everybody knows, that it's hard to find space to build schools in the city of Toronto. And so if we have space, we need to be 100% sure that we are not going to need that space in the future in order for us to sell it. Yeah, and it doesn't support our operating budget. It's meant to support doing renewal work in our schools.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. According to the news reports, we are allowed to sell those buildings, and yes, they will solve part of our problem. We have, like you said, 5, but I know of 2 that could be sold that would take care of a great deal of the problem that we have here now. And we would not be put in an impossible, and this is an impossible position, where we're trying to scrape from the bone what we don't have. There's nothing left to scrape from the bone to give to the budget. There really isn't. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, trustee Hastings, thank you. Trustee Laskin.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I think the director needs to explain there are two budgets on the TDSB to our colleague.
Well,
Then I will.
Associate Director Zucker went through the process.
Selling schools does not solve the operational budget. I just want to be clear about that.
Yeah, okay. The proceeds from disposition, as it's been shared, does not support unless we ask for special permission, which we've done the last couple of years, and are doing again here. But as a general rule, it is not, proceeds are not used in the operational budget. And Director, did you want to expand?
I think you've clarified what Associate Director Zucker stated earlier and what Trustee Laskin shared. And I appreciate Trustee Laskin elevating this so that the public is clear that there are two budgets. And as you said, Chair, the facilities budget, and if properties are sold, it goes into proceeds of disposition, as you said, and that does not support the operating budget. And the budget before trustees tonight is in relation to the operating budget. And so Associate Director Zucker has shared that we're seeking permission to use proceeds of disposition for 1 year. As the ministry stated, and we agree that proceeds cannot be a long-term strategy. So even if we were to sell all vacant buildings, that still would not solve the budget crisis on the operating side that is before trustees. And so it's important for us to be considering the recommendations that are before the board this evening. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Director. Did you have further questions, Trustee Hastings?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the director, you have answered a question for the record, and I do think that what we have, and we do have a problem, and we have a way of solving our problem. I don't like hearing from the newscasts that we the elected 22 are really bad people at trying to spend our money. We're not doing that at all. So I'm looking at a method of clearing the slate, clearing the deck, and that will do that. Probably about 3 buildings. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, it should be worth noted that we're not responsible for the positions that news media may put out into the place. And as shared, selling 3 properties in and itself doesn't free up money that can be used in the operational basis budget. And with that, Trustee Laskin, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to follow the lead of my colleague, Trustee Pay, and ask to be put back on the list because I'm going to make some comments, but I also have a series of questions, and I think I'm going to do the comments first just to be on the record. So I sit here in this privileged position with a perspective that no one else around this table has, and that was being a trustee on this board in 2002 when we were taken over under supervision. And at the time, we just became the TDSB in 1998. And the province gave us over $300 million to transition from what those 7 boards had, which met community expectations because we had taxing ability then. Our schools were absolutely community hubs. They were used by our community. It was the boards and each of the cities that the boards were in, whether it was York or North York, Toronto, et cetera, had relationships with their city. They all were slightly different. But in general, our schools were really thought about of community assets and supported through tax dollars. So we could meet community expectations. And back then, we knew that we couldn't transition easily. The 300 million really didn't go very far. Think about it. You have 7 corporations coming into one paring it down to meet some arbitrary one-size-fits-all funding model for every school board across the province. It just couldn't happen that quickly. On the one hand, perspective is everything, right? If you only knew what you knew now when you knew it then, right? I think I would have probably moved a lot quicker from a school board trustee perspective to meet the expectations of the current, what's now called core education funding. So when I look at this budget and I think to myself, so what staff is actually doing for literally the first time in the TDSB's history, so I give them a lot of credit and I give you, Mr. Chair, a lot of credit, is trying to figure out how we sustain an operating budget moving forward, given the fact that this province does not fully fund education, nor does this province fully support the concept of community schools and fund them appropriately. There are a myriad of examples where funding doesn't meet need. The Ontario Public School Boards Association published something last week that clearly talked about every single board across the province spends more money to support students with special education needs than is provided in the funding. There's one example. Transportation is another example. Upkeep of our buildings is another example. For the TDSB, even basic salaries don't meet the funding because we started at one series of salaries. In 2014, when the province went to a grid system, we were paying more. We get funded less. There's always going to be that differential. And maybe people don't realize it, but when they did the benchmarks for facilities, they didn't even include Toronto Catholic or Toronto District in their benchmarking because we've never been able to build at the amount of money that they provide. So there's a history that that on the one hand, very difficult decisions. We are trustees elected by community that hold us to high expectations. I, like everyone else, is getting the no cuts emails, don't cut, don't cut, don't cut. But I actually see some hope in this budget. I see the fact that staff listened. Between the first budget proposal and this budget proposal, there are miles of change. And that is due to the efforts of our communities and trustees around this table, pointing out that some of these things, although unfunded, actually are programs and services for kids in our schools. So if we want to meet the multi-year strategic plan, we have to think about, yeah, they're unfunded, but actually they provide programs and services to kids in our schools. So there's a distinction with the difference. So I do have a series of questions about the budget, but in general, my hope is that in fact for the 2027-28 budget, those around this table are thinking about what they're investing in. Because tough decisions made by these boards over the past 28 years since amalgamation will bring us to that stage. And please put me back on the list for my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Laskin. Trustee Lee.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. My computer situation isn't getting better today, so I won't have camera, so I apologize for that. But I would like to thank yourself, along with all of our team of staff members, for getting us to this point. As I mentioned many times before, I truly believe that our job here is to make the difficult decisions to execute education in accordance to the Education Act and our curriculum. And we need to do whatever it is that is within our power to minimize distractions from that. And this includes continuously advocating to the government for funding on items that has nothing to do with our core mandate. What I see from this version of the proposed budget is exactly trying to educate our students using the resources that we have to our best abilities and minimizing the expenditures on everything else. don't get me wrong, I think we're going above and beyond the curriculum and the Education Act in some respects, but we're finding very efficient and effective ways to do that. So we're bringing value to the community without spending money that belongs to the students. And I commend staff for giving us a plan that'll lead us for the next 2 years. My first question to staff is on how this will actually get implemented. When we have our 26, 27 budget, are we just not going to have a meeting and say, hey, our budget's already done, here it is, we're finished? Is that what we're going to do?
Laughter is abounding in the boardroom.
Staff, through the chair, would welcome the passage of a 2-year budget so that we don't have to go through this process 2 years in a row. If the chair would support that, but I suspect that's not realistic. So we'll join in the laughter.
Okay, thank you, through Mr. Chair. So the decision we're making today is more of a 2025 budget commitment with a 2026 memorandum of understanding. Is that my understanding now?
Through the chair, I would say, yeah, this is the plan. And this certainly, I think in some cases like pools, for example, there's work that is happening in 25, 26 that will support this. So it will be the start of the budget, but it does allow the opportunity, things change. There may be additional funding, there may be different decisions that trustees would like to make, but it certainly is a good starting point. And again, there will be opportunities to review. So it's not okay. We're done for 2 years and we've canceled FBEC for the next 2 years, but we will likely use this as a starting point for the 26-27 budget, and then we'll be having discussions from there.
Understood. Here I had hopes up for a 5-year budget down the road. With now that we're looking into long term, and I know you have had a meeting with the Ministry of Education, we have made a request for them to allow us to close down some of our underpopulated schools. And I believe the last feedback we had that you have relayed to us is if the PwC audit turns out to indicate that, yes, we do have empty spaces that we shouldn't be operating, we will be getting that permission. Do we know what the update on that conversation is? Through you, Mr. Chair, to staff.
Through the chair, if that impression was given, I don't think that's a fair statement. I would certainly say that we provided a lot of information to PwC about the excess spaces that we have, the impact that the moratorium has on our operating budget and our capital budget, but that if they I don't think can make recommendations to the ministry with regards to what to do as a result, but they can identify it, and then it would still be up to the ministry to be able to decide if the moratorium should be lifted or not.
Okay, I apologize. I must have understood it incorrectly. I don't mean to drive any confusion into the conversation. And certainly if that's not what you said, then I got it wrong. But at this point, we have no additional indication from the province that they will allow us to close down those schools. I see your head shaking. That's my answer.
Chair, that's correct.
Okay. And through you, Mr. Chair, just last question on the swimming pools. When we say that we're going to find more savings the year after, when we have had these conversations with our current operators, have they indicated a willingness to pay a higher fee, or are they just asking for time to transition their business into another facility?
Through the chair, I'm just trying to make sure I understand. So the work that TLC is doing is looking at incorporating a profit component into the lease. So if our third parties are interested, then that would be the expectation. Just like we have permit fees and we have a Class C permit fee that is commercial, I would say, and it's for those who use it for business. So swimming schools, for example, that charge fees for lessons, they would fall under the Class C if they were permitting, and there would be a profit component to it. And the expectation is that it would be similar for the people who are leasing. So I know that TLC is still working through everything on how they would ensure that we are receiving a profit component in order to help us to offset the programming. And we're also looking at how do we offset some of the capital costs that we have. So more to come for sure, and there will be reports back to trustees about the results of the RFPs that will be going. But the intention is to have lease rates that are higher than the cost recovery.
Okay. And I guess what I'm hearing is that we don't really know what that number is yet.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Do you know when we will be able to release a schedule of or cost schedule for our operators to get us to where we need to be?
Through the chair, I believe that that's something that TLC is working on currently. And initially, when they were being very aggressive in their schedule, we're looking for a January 1st implementation and knew that was going to be tight. So I would say likely later in this calendar year.
In the fiscal year or the calendar year? Like,
I would say in the fall, we'll have a better idea. Although I would have to go to TLC to determine what their timelines are. They may have readjusted to a little bit more realistic of a timeline after hearing the feedback about the goal for September 1st, 2026, as opposed to January 1st.
understood. And the next question I have is on the computers. As I have stated in the past, I think a lot of members from my particular parent community and also from our staff members have expressed that, computers are important for our kids in their learning experience, but they don't need it all the time. So to assign a device to a student during the entirety of their in-school time is not the best use of our operating resources, and also a lot of time it is creating a distraction within the classroom. So with that being said, I really applaud staff's recommendation to pause the distribution of devices for the coming year. I know you plan to start buying them again the year after with studies, and I'm sure we'll have a lot of insights coming out of this year of transition. But I'd like to know how we're going to be communicating this change to our students and staff. And I'm okay if the answer is we'll talk about it in a different committee, because I understand that this is finance, but I just want to know that there is a communication plan being drafted.
Through the chair, there will certainly be a communication plan drafted based on whatever decision trustees have. It will include, obviously, the communication to schools, what we will do with the devices that are collected from grade 12, as well as how we communicate it to students and to families.
Okay. All right. Those are all my questions. Once again, I want to thank staff for your hard work. Thank you to the Chair McLean, for your leadership during this period. We all hope budget to be as boring as anything can possibly be, but this one I think has been the opposite of that. I will be glad to have it in the bag so that we can get back to educating students. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Lee. Trustee DiVitas.
Thank you.
I thank you to staff for the report, and I'll get into sort of longer comments maybe later. Just wanted to start with some questions, Chair. Just to recap, the full funding envelope was received significantly later this year than we had received it in previous years, correct?
Through the chair, that's correct. It was a month later than last year, and prior to COVID, we would usually get by the end of March.
Thank you. And this year we received it in May, I think it was, right? May 27th?
May 23rd through the chair.
Thank you. Also, through chair, last year through the budget process, we had submitted POD expenditure of, well, initially $27.5 million, then $28 million. And had assumed, and because we had received conditional approval for this, that this was approved. We only learned this year that in fact the POD expenditure was not approved. Is that correct?
Through the chair, I would say the $27.5 million, the minister at the time did provide conditional approval upon us accepting it. When we changed it to 28, there were some additional conditions added and we responded to that and have not heard anything back. So we are proceeding assuming that the proceeds will be approved, but as of yet, it has not.
Yeah, and I think just for the record, the difficulty isn't just that we're not receiving enough funding for the things that we need and our parents, our educators are asking for. It's also that the process of communicating with the ministry and through their staff and through the minister's office has been really difficult for us at the board to be able to plan properly and put together a plan. Not to know what to expect and know how to do things. So that's not a question for staff. That's my editorial comment there. So we initially had a report with options to balance in April. What are the main differences between that original report and what we have in front of us? I think the swimming pools report is the most obvious one, but there's some other significant changes, no?
Through the chair, I would say yes, the pools is probably the most obvious. The timing of some of the implementation, taking that time to be able to ensure that the implementation of the plans is more well thought out, more better communicated. The one-to-one devices is different where we're actually pausing it as opposed to moving it from grade 5 to grade 7, waiting for the results of the request from trustees in order to better understand what the appropriate grade to implement is. For the renewed music program, I would say the main difference is, again, a little bit of timing and a little bit more investment in order to ensure that the implementation runs more smoothly.
Thank you. And I don't know if we have a listing. I know I've seen bits and parts of it for the different sections of the report, and some of it has even gone to different committees. What are the total reductions in positions that we can estimate to have if all the recommendations from staff are approved? How many positions are being reduced? Which I understand is not the same as individual positions, like, you know, that an individual holds, but how many reductions are there?
Thank you, and through the chair, can we take that one away? We'll get you an answer a little bit later. I just want to make sure that I've added the
Sure.
number properly. Thank you.
Yeah, sure, that's fair. This question's been asked already, but I really want to get back to it. We are, if this is approved, we are sending to the ministry a 2-year plan. But we don't know what's going to happen next year on a number of different levels, everything from the levels of immigration to whatnot. So what we're approving, just from my understanding, is it only for this year with an appendage to what we hope to be able to carry out next year? What are board members approving? How much are we committed to what's in the 2026-27 potential plan?
Meaning, how much are we in that if it's approved? What does that mean?
Yeah, like we make an approval today for next year, but it's a 2-year approval, right? So how does that bind the board later? If we need to make changes to that 2026-27 plan, do we need to have 2/3 approval for any of those elements, for example? It's a procedural question, but it's also a question about like what it is that we're deciding on exactly.
So thank you. And I think this is also what Trustee Lee was alluding to. It will be a starting point for staff when we get to the 26-27 budget. And if all things remain the same, we would be in a position where we are balanced and we would be bringing that to trustees. It has already been approved, so it would be more for information, but as you indicated, it is a plan and trustees do have opportunities to make adjustments. We don't know what the grants, for example, could look like, and so maybe there may be funding for some of the things.
And they're
like
not
steps.
running for re-election, or they, like their term of office has come to an end.
Or statutory.
And so
Sorry,
has their
can you
time.
remute whoever's on the, thank you. Sorry, folks.
Sorry. So it will be a starting point though. And I think that the approval of it is an important indication, not only for the 24-25 budget for the approval of the use of proceeds of disposition, but to also show that we are serious about getting to a balanced budget. And there certainly are components of the plan, which are a 2-year plan. So the pools is a good example. To approve the first year, but then not approve the second year really is not the implementation of the entire plan. So it is a starting point. It is for approval. And so we would be going there, but I'm not sure. Did you want to add anything?
I would be, through the chair, be comfortable if the director can add their comments to it. And again, the question is for us to understand what we're approving here. For example, let's say the swimming pool program that is before us. If we approve it at the board, does that mean that we're bound by it in the 26-27 year? And how are we bound by it? For example, do we need to, according to our bylaws, have a greater than 50% vote on any of these items? And if this is a difficult question, maybe we can get like a fuller answer later in today's meeting. But I think it would be important for us to understand what we're fully voting on, since there's such a commitment to the 2-year plan.
Yeah, no, thank you. And we can take that away and provide a little bit more information unless the director wants to add anything. And I just want to say, between the IMIs, outdoor education and continuing education, the number of positions is approximately 100, 74 of those being IMIs.
So the number of positions was?
100.
100, okay, thank you. Through the chair, to the director, did you want to attempt to make an answer now?
I think it's best if we get back to you with a definitive response. My view at this time is that trustees are voting on the plan that is before you. There would be a process if trustees wish to revisit that plan in the second year based on changing circumstances. For instance, if funding should change, or if the priorities should change. So there would be the appropriate process to revisit that plan. However, as the Associate Director Zucker has stated, the 2-year plan that trustees are voting on now would be our starting point for the budget cycle come next year. in terms of the specifics of what it would mean to revisit that plan in terms of two-thirds of the votes in favor of and so forth. Those are things that we would need to confirm through our governance and legal areas, and we can provide more information to you if that is in fact material to the discussion now.
Thank you. And I don't know if it's possible to have some feedback on that for today, because some of the elements are very specific, right? Like, so, you know, are we binding ourselves, and how is the question? Because then maybe the framing could be a little different to ensure that there's some flexibility, whether we need that flexibility or not. I'm wary about having a process that is multi-year in nature when we don't know what we're committing to in the future. My time is up. I know that I see a director may have a further answer, but if I could get back on the list as well, please.
Thank you. And through the chair, if staff could have a couple of minutes just for a quick huddle before we respond further at some point now or at your discretion, chair, that would be appreciated so that we can provide a more fulsome response.
Okay. We'll do that. We'll let you wander in. I will say though that in my first year, we passed a 2-year budget plan. The second year of the budget plan was a target and an intent and a demonstration that we had the means to get there. It did not handcuff us for year 2 of the plan and marry us to any of the decisions. It was a proof of that we had the ability structurally to be able to make the changes and fall in line with what were then the 2-year expectations of the ministry, as we are doing now. We are demonstrating, or this 2-year plan demonstrates a willingness and ability to get there. Our reality is different than it was 365 days ago, and it is likely that our reality will be different 365 days from now than it is presently. So none of these are etched in stone, but we are identifying areas that we can do it and a direction that we expect to move in, all things being equal.
If I have like 2 seconds to just say, I wouldn't disagree with the chair. I wouldn't dare to. It would be great if we can get the confirmation from staff because some of the elements I'm seeing is very specific.
Right, okay. And staff has agreed to play with that for a little bit and they'll wander and they'll let me know when you're ready.
Do that now and then come back.
Okay, no, that's fine. And in the interim, and you'd like to go back on the list, sir? Okay, thank you. Trustee King, you have the floor.
Sorry, can I just clarify one of the answers? I said 100, it's 130. I apologize.
130?
Yeah, 130. Sorry.
But how many of those are in year 1 and how many are in year 2?
I think almost 24, about 30 of them are year 1, and then the remaining 100 are year 2.
Right, okay. Sorry for the interruption. Trustee King, you have the floor.
Good evening. Thank you. Sorry, I'm not sure why I don't have video right now. But I wanted to thank staff and you, Chair, through you, Chair, as well as the committee for all the heavy lifting on this up until this point. I think we've all seen that the unfortunate circumstance that we're in has really pushed some solution-oriented thinking, particularly in the area of the pools. And I think that was acknowledged, but I just wanted to echo that as well. And as we get down to the wire, I also have a couple of questions just to support my understanding of potential impacts and just some clarity of what's being proposed in this report. So just starting with the aquatic instructors, through you, Chair, to staff, with the reduction in the number of days of programming at each school, does that mean that instructors are potentially going to be increasingly splitting time between multiple locations?
Through the chair, yes, that would be the case.
Okay, thank you. So through you, Chair, I note that we have vacancies in this position right now. I know from my ward and certainly anecdotally from others that in the past years, hiring of this role has been a challenge. I'm just wondering with this change and knowing the challenges of, moving across the city, the very congested city right now, are we concerned about retention for that role with this proposed change?
Thank you. And through the chair, we're always worried about retention, but what this proposal would entail would be working with the unions and working with the aquatics instructors in order to provide as much programming as we can across the system, utilizing as many of the pools as we can. So we believe that we would be able to make it work. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Through you, Chair, I have a second question related to the reduction in the one-time funding from the learning recovery. And I apologize, I stepped away earlier, so I'm not sure if this was addressed. But I'm just wondering, of the 93 positions that have been retained, I see in the report that 63 will return in 26-27. We know that 40 of those are the school-based safety monitors, and 23 are mental health supports. What specific roles are those? What positions are those 23?
Through the chair, I believe it's either 11 or 12 social workers and then 11 or 12 child and youth counselors or workers, sorry. Counselors, I believe.
12.
Yeah, 12 and 11 and social workers and CYCs.
Okay, thank you through you, Chair. And then what are the 30 positions that are not returning?
Through the chair, those would be the VPs. And then we would be looking at the, I think there's 2 safety positions, but we would be looking at how we find efficiencies there. Their central staff. Thank you.
Thank you. And through you, Chair, we saw earlier that in the feedback on the survey, parents responded that mental health and safety were one of the 3 areas that they did not want to see reductions in, that they were most interested in preserving, correct?
Through the chair, that's correct. So that's why those would be added back because we do want to maintain those supports to ensure the safety of our students and to support their mental health. So it really is about, again, the multi-year strategic plan and those positions that support the pillars of the multi-year strategic plan.
And again, just to be clear here, there is some positions being added back, but there are positions that would not be returning even in the 26-27 year.
So to be really, really clear, in 25-26, there are no changes. So every position that is funded by that $10.3 million would be still in play for 25-26. So they are still employed in 25-26. The way that we have shown the reduction of 10.3 million, but then adding back the school-based safety monitors and the mental health supports, the social workers and the CYCs, is again to show that there is a permanent funding source because we're in 26-27. It's a balanced position and those positions are included, meaning that they have a permanent funding source. So that means that each year now, when we start talking about the budget, we don't treat these positions differently. They're no longer COVID positions. They're actually permanent positions of the board that are funded with core education funding. And that would be the main difference.
All right, thank you. And then just the final question relates to the one-on-one device. So similarly to Trustee Lee, I have heard from my community that they would be quite happy to not have the devices introduced and present the challenges that they do in classrooms at the grade 5 level. Parents certainly echo that. I'm just curious what the feedback or what the change would be for staff, just in terms of the pivot that they might have to make in their own kind of instruction, reliance on resources. Is this asking them to make, big changes swiftly, or is this something staff are also welcoming the way community is?
Thank you through the chair. I will start and then leave it up to my colleagues to add. What this means for next year is that grade 5 students would no longer be provided with a one-to-one device. And so we do know that we may have educators out there who are grade 5 teachers who over the last 4 years have really implemented using those devices into their teaching practices. We also know that we have over 100,000 devices that are in schools that are not part of the one-to-one program. And so we will leave it with, I will also add, the grade 12s will be returning their devices, and we will look at how do we distribute those devices back into the system. And so between those two, the existing school resources and the ones that are coming back from grade 12, schools will have the opportunity to work with their educators in order to be able to assist those that have come to rely on that technology.
We have one more addition through the chair. Go ahead.
Thank you, and thanks for the question. So I would just like to add a few things around the one-to-one device strategy. Since it is on pause for a year, I believe that we will be able to support teachers that are using the device, continue to use the devices, because students will have access. And for the grade 5 classrooms, devices will be available in our elementary schools, as explained by Associate Director Zucker. I don't believe that this will be a problem for our grade 5 teachers. We will continue to focus on our grade 6 EQAO and grade 9 and 10 with the continuation of the devices that are in the schools. Our grade 5 teachers will still have access as part of a school inventory to devices, and I don't believe that this will be an issue at all for the year. Thanks.
Great, thank you through your chair. Appreciate the thought and sharing. Thank you. That's all for me.
Thank you, Trustee King. Trustee Patel.
Thank you, Chair. And again, thank you, staff, for this extensive report. I'll be very quick. I have a few questions. And the first one is regarding pools. And then I was expecting something from TLC, like how are we going to move forward in 2025, 2026? And to you, Mr. Chair, I think in the last meeting, an assurance was given to us that something will come in the next meeting, which is today. Am I missing something in here? Did we receive anything from TLC about how they're going to proceed of leasing pools? Or the figure what we are seeing right now is just an estimate figure?
So through the chair, TLC is currently looking at an RFP process that will be able to work to leasing as many pools as possible that are not currently or wanting to be leased by the city at on a cost recovery basis. So you're correct in that this is an estimate. Our assumption in the numbers is that there will be enough of a revenue source in order to be able to cover the costs of the programming or the aquatic instructors. So that's the assumption that's built into this. We won't know 100% where we land until the RFPs come back and that TLC has done a little bit more information. So I apologize if we indicated that information would be here today. What we have today is our best planning, assuming that there is a profit component that covers the programming costs. So that is how we get to break even and still maintain programming.
And Trustee Patel, just to be, the last time FBEC met was June 10th, and the meeting the following night was PPC, where TLC reported. So there might have been confusion about the next meeting being the one that was happening at PPC the next night, as opposed to expecting that information at the next FBEC meeting.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair, I was at the PPC and then TLC when they were presenting their report. I did address to director that I was disappointed with the report because I was looking for some in-depth details. And what I was told on that day, that it's coming in next FBAC meeting, which is today. But again, what I'm seeing today is not a report. It's just an estimates. Estimates based on no plan. I don't see any plan from TLC. If there was a plan that, you know what, this is what we're going to charge, this is what's going to happen, I understand that, Mr. Chair, but I don't see anything in here. This is just an estimates. And when staff says that this is based on estimates, my concern is our 2024-25 budget, the best plan we gave to the ministry was not approved. And this is where my concern is, that everything is about estimate. Will ministry accept this proposal? So we might be voting yes or no, Mr. Chair, but I have concerns about that. I'll move along to you, Mr. Chair.
Trustee Patel, just to be fair, all budgets are projections based on assumptions. That's what they are by definition. And we're being provided with the best information we have at the time. And we make the best plan we can at the time with the information we had. TLC gave us a report of what they think they can achieve in the short term based on the limited amount of time that they were provided, and that they reached out and they heard back from a number of parties. And so Mr. Glenn came and provided what he believed was his expert opinion about what would be possible. And from those, from the information he shared, staff created a proposal. But these are just plans and assumptions, and yeah.
Okay, good. It's okay. We will debate whole night, Chair. I don't want to go there. Let's move forward. So my another question is, closing of pools was not on the table, and I see in this report there's, if we don't achieve, there is a proposal to close the pool. What is the cost of closing a pool?
I can respond to that. Thank you, through the chair. The preliminary cost estimate, and of course, it depends on the size of the pool and the configuration of the pool, is around $25,000 initially to drain the pool, shutter any of the equipment, and provide, if required, a safety or fall protection barricade around the pool. So around $25,000 per pool. That's the preliminary cost estimate for closing a pool.
And then, thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair, what happens to that empty pool?
Thank you, and through the chair, it will depend on each individual school, what the requirements might be for additional space in the building, if there's a need to add more classroom space. So it's very difficult for me to put a cost to that, because it really is driven by what the program needs might be, and then what the scope of work would entail.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Chair, I'll move from pools to the special education. Is this budget calculates class size for DK from 8 to 10?
Thank you. And through the chair to Trustee Patel, there are no suggested reductions to the investment in special education. At Wednesday's board meeting, if the item is pulled off consent, what staff will be talking about is the investment in special education remaining the same and us making adjustments for all class types and allocations to schools for adjusting and staying within the investment, I'll call it pie.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Chair, again, is staff thinking of making class size from 8 to 10? Is that this is staff thinking of DK class sizes?
Trustee Patel, this is a budget conversation and the changes you're discussing are not budget related. They are it's an operational decision made by staff. It is not driven by budget requirements. We have already approved the spec ed budget at the same levels we had done in previous years. But as was shared by Associate Director Zurisco at board, if the report is pulled and we speak to it, the staff can speak again to the rationale behind the operational decision they have made.
And I appreciate that comment, Chair, and I'll continue from that comment. I'm not asking for a dollar figure savings. I'm asking, is this staff thinking of making class size from 8 to 10? If that's an operational decision, that's fine. But that's what staff thinking? That's what I want to know. So I can understand clearly that should I support this budget or should I support this report or should I not support the report?
There are, as I understand it, there are operational modifications. Sorry? Sorry, there are that are not budget related. None of the changes the staff is suggesting operational decisions made by the special education department, but they have nothing to do with budget. We don't have the ability through the budget process to change them. And any questions about the rationale, why they're being made and the manner in which they're being made would be more appropriate to be held at board or at GPC when the report was tabled. But we're past that, so at board on the 18th.
I do get that, Mr. Chair, and again, it's an operational decision. I do understand the class sizes, the cap is 16. I do get all those things. My only question is very simple. Is that staff thinking from 8 to 10? That's it. I'm not asking much. Is that what staff thinking is?
Through the chair, yes.
Thank you very much. So if we have to go back to class size from 10 to 8, through you, Mr. Chair, how much budget implication are we seeing if we have to rewrite this budget?
Trustee Patel, there is not any savings theoretically created by the adjustment from the operational decision will be added to additional supports through the delivery of all our efforts to support students with special education needs. The line itself is we're committing exactly the same amount of money that we're spending in this year. So if there's one adjustment that would create savings, it will create an additional expenditure in another area, again, of an operational determination made by special education staff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And then I do understand that part, but my concern is this. DK students, we have to understand they need personal care, they need mobility assistance, they need, continuous supervision, emotional regulations. In the survey itself, it says that mental health is a key thing. And this is my concern. This is my concern, that if we increase the class sizes, will there be more increase in sick leave from the teacher side? Because, you know, mental health, absenteeism, staff turnover, are we creating more in the system, like more pressure in the system? This is my concern. If staff thinks that this is an operational, decision, that's fine. But then my concern where I'm coming from is this. And I hope staff consider things like this. And then if this, I said in the last meeting too, that anything which is decrease in special education, I cannot support any report. And I see this. Increasing a class size is a cut in budget. So I'll rest my case here, Chair. Thank you, staff. But I won't be supporting this report today. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Patel. Trustee Shan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And before I ask my questions, I also want to thank you, Mr. Chair, for all your work in trying to get us where we are today, and all the long hours that have happened over the past few months to hear the community, the voices of the community, but also to kind of work through this process. So thank you. And thanks to all the staff, particularly our Associate Director Zucker, for all the work that you've done in trying to mitigate the kind of harm that some of these funding related decisions can have on our students. Having said that, I have a few questions. I want to first ask if it is possible for the staff to be able to tell us what is the total reduction in staffing as a result of this budget. Just not necessarily comparing to enrollment, but first, what does it look like in terms of reduction and which positions are being reduced?
So through the chair, from a budget perspective, as opposed to enrollment driven, the answer that we provided to Trustee DeVitas was 130. That is mostly IMIs. There's 74 IMIs. There are 24 positions in outdoor education. There are 20 VPs, and there are, I think, 3 central staff.
So through you, Mr. Chair, I think that is after adjusting for enrollment, right?
Through the chair, yes. And I would say that we don't usually consider that a reduction, but we can look at that for sure, because enrollment and class size dictate ups and downs on an annual basis as part of this process. But we can look at that. I don't have that at the tip of my fingers, but
Okay. All right, that's not a problem. I think it will be helpful to know what it means in terms of total reduction as well. What is the enrollment reduction that's being projected for next year?
Through the chair, it's just under 1,400 students in total.
So what would that be roughly percentage-wise?
0.6%.
0.6%. Thank you. I do want to emphasize that, there was in terms of this, we had this questions earlier, but I wanted to kind of get an answer again. The adjustment, the previous motion that we passed at the board to get closer to the classroom sizes. Is it possible through you, Mr. Chair, to find out what that would mean in terms of combined classes of 2 grades and 3 grades? Is the model going to likely increase the number of classes that are combined classes for 2 grades and 3 grades as well?
Executive Officer.
Thank you. Thank you, and through the chair. We don't see this as being a major impact on the total number of combined classes that we're offering. We see it to be a slight fluctuation, maybe some changes here and there depending on where those numbers are impacted at the local level. But overall, we don't see a major impact to the number.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, there was a conversation earlier this month about surplus notices given to, I think PCCEW is the acronym. It used to be Community Support Workers before. So based on this proposal, their positions are not being cut. Is that right?
Through the chair, that's correct.
What are the changes that are being made to international languages program? Would staff see further reduction in staffing as a result of international languages program being more centralized in the proposal, and heritage classes?
Through the chair, I'll ask System Superintendent Felsen if he can respond, please.
Through the chair, we're proposing some operational efficiencies through international languages. In terms of the number of site administrators, we're not going to open new additional classes and sites if it will generate an increase in site administrator. How we reduce classes and move them to evening locations or weekend locations is under our review. So we're just looking at operational efficiencies in how we open or close a class.
Thank you. Thank you to staff. Through you, Mr. Chair. I saw a slide that said this budget supports our multi-year strategic plan. Can I get some more clarification as to how maintaining the current levels actually supports our multi-year strategic plan? In fact, when we talk about special needs support, it's also not necessarily identified special needs support from externally. A larger classroom with teachers having more children, including those children who are identified with an IEP in a larger classroom, would be seen as impacting students with special needs as well. So it's not necessarily the number of special needs education. And I saw that it was listed that despite the enrollment going lower, we've maintained. So would that be seen as us increasing programming in those areas? Do we know what the special needs the requirements are, and how do we support a statement that says this particular budget actually supports strengthening a multi-year strategy plan? I mean, I don't know if the status quo cuts it, so I just want to get clarification on that.
Through the chair, so I can start and then my colleagues can add. So what I would say is we're in a budget deficit, and so we're looking at reductions. And in fact, centrally, we looked at all central departments and asked them sort of equally to look at reductions of 7.5% of their budget. So one, we have a deficit, and two, our enrollment is down. So despite those two things, us not proposing reductions in those areas is because of the importance of them. And I would say that, yeah, and if everything else was the same and status quo may not be seen as a support, but I think whenever most areas of the budget are seeing reductions and we have purposely not made reductions in those areas, then that is how we are defining it supporting our multi-year strategic plan.
And if I may, through the chair, contribute to the question, Trustee Shan, regarding special education. And we'll have an opportunity to talk in more detail again if the special education plan is pulled off consent on Wednesday. I will share here that we have 2,300 students fewer this year receiving special education supports than we did last year. Our enrollment has been about static, our general enrollment for this year, although there's a projection of approximately 600 students reduced for the general population next year. And we'll have to see, I can report back on how many students with special education needs we have. We have maintained the level of staffing in our system from this year to next year. So that I think is an indication that we are continuing to have the same investment, even though our population has reduced. We have more and more students who are going into ISP classrooms, Trustee Shan. What the suggested increase for class size for DK from 8 to 10 is a operational recommendation from staff to be really balancing our system, to be making sure students who are in a regular class placement, who still have very, very high level of needs in many instances, have access to the support. So we're just creating a little of efficiency in regards to DK. We're creating more placements for students. We don't see it as overly challenging for our educators. Again, if there are profiles of students who need additional support, we may put in an additional SNA or EA. We look at the profiles of every single student. We are asking for the board's support in creating these efficiencies so that we can balance the support across the system. Not to be able to have that flexibility really will be a challenge for us. And again, more on Wednesday.
If I may, through the chair, just add more generally as well, that as Associate Director Zucker had sort of laid out in the deck, taking a longer term view of this budget and looking at how the decisions made now sets up trustees to be considering investments in the future is also an important consideration. So presently, the conversation has been primarily about cuts, reductions in order to get us to a position of balance. If trustees are able to lean into the really hard decisions that you've been considering so far, and you've certainly made some already, there is, I believe, another 17 point something million dollars of further reductions that staff are proposing. And the idea is that if trustees are able to consider and decide on those further reductions and look at the 2-year plan that's been put before you, then that positions the board going forward to be considering investments. And I think everyone would welcome the opportunity, trustees and staff, to be considering strategic investments because of the hard decisions that would have been made. So I think, Trustee Shan, your question about investments in or support for the multi-year strategic plan is both about how trustees are best considering how to spend the dollar that you have now in a way that is most supportive of students, but it's also about how you position yourself to get $1.20 in within a couple of years, so that you have some dollars to consider to invest in those key priorities that you've identified in the multi-year strategic plan, which we would all be looking forward to. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I have 44 seconds, so I'll try to put some questions out there and maybe you can get a response after I finish. I would like to know if there are, how many ISP programs across the board are being reduced, if they are being reduced, and where they're being reduced would be helpful to know in terms of special education. I want to also know if Kearney or Scarborough Outdoor Education Center being closed for another year being factored into the calculation for the second year, if you're planning to hopefully reopen it. I would have preferred to have, as we talked earlier, a budget that we start off with what would be actually needed to do a multi-year strategic plan, and then kind of say where the gaps are as well when we go through this process of, maybe I'll come back on it, but I just want to ask those two questions about Kearney and also about the ISP programs and all. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Through the chair, there's a delta, Trustee Shan, of 9 additional ISP classes planned for next year. And I'm just wanting to go into the transcript to see your question about Kearney, because I was so busy finding the data on the ISPs. I heard Kearney, but I didn't get the question.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, if it's possible, I just want to know if the second year calculation, so we 2026, 2027 calculation that we saw earlier includes Kearney being closed as part of the consideration, or is it something?
I believe the answer is yes, but I'll turn to AD Zucker. So the savings AD Zucker in Kearney is assumed for 26, 27, correct?
Through the chair, that's correct. Although the real crux of this is that we will continue to operate outdoor education on a cost recovery basis. So if Kearney were to open, if we were to be able to support it on a cost recovery basis as we look forward to the options like the trust, for example, in the future, that's the assumption. So it really, the main assumption for outdoor education is that will be offered on a cost recovery basis. And so if it were to be able to be open on a cost recovery basis, then it could be.
Okay, Trustee Shan, that's your time. So do you want to go back on the list?
I'll wait for the other trustees to finish and decide. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't have anybody else on the first round. Oh, sorry, Trustee Earhart, go ahead.
Thank you. And thanks to my fellow trustees for your questions and to everybody for all of the work. There's been a lot of work on this. And so just thank you very much. I don't have a lot of questions because I've asked a lot of questions over the past few months. And so thank you very much for everyone who has answered my questions. I have a few still though. One is very short, just the traveling planetarium. This is something that I understand, I believe is in central budgets. I just wanted to make sure our traveling planetarium, it's known as Star Lab, is still included here. Thank you.
Through the chair, yes, it is included in the budget moving forward.
Okay, thank you very much. I wanted to make a comment around pools. I had made comments during our last special meeting, and so I am grateful to see that there's a plan for pools here. I really disliked seeing that if there was no interest, pools would close in 26, 27. I would hope that if there's no interest, the trustees would have another opportunity to think and work with all players involved to see if we can make something else work. And so if I had my way, there would be a pool in every school, and every child would be learning not just swimming to survive, but learning how to swim. And I wouldn't want to preclude anything at this point. So just to be clear, we aren't through this report approving the closure of pools in 26, 27. Staff would still come back and report to trustees prior to the permanent closure of any pools. Is that correct?
So through the chair, we will certainly be reporting back about the progress that we're making with regards to the pools. And based on the recommendations, if there were pools that were didn't receive interest, we would be indicating that we would be proposing to close. At that time, there would be possibilities to look, and I think that that's part of the benefit of moving from January 1st to September 1st, 2026, is that it does give a little bit longer of an opportunity to ensure that we've looked at every single option for those pools before we move to closure.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that we're looking at every single option. If I need to, I'll move a motion that no pools close before another board vote, however, because I want to be crystal clear that for trustees, we want to get the reports back before we judge the future of any of these pools. That we're still, while the information is very favorable, we'll want to see what comes back. So I'll move on now there were questions about special education funding, and it has been unchanged for several years. And I just want to recognize Trustee Lee from the first budget, that process that I was involved in standing up and requesting no cuts to special education. And I was very grateful for that and remain very grateful for that. But it's sounding to me like there's an increasing need. It has been several years of no cuts to the special education budget. There should be no cuts to the special education budget, in my view. But I'm hearing about increased needs. And certainly as the years go on, following the pandemic, with the other changes that have taken place for students with special needs, for children with special needs, outside of our school system, I'm sensing that there is a need for even more special education funding. And so I would welcome staff comment there. So I'm sensing increased need. So how is that happening while the budget's being maintained? And is there a feeling that this budget ultimately needs to increase? Thank you.
Well, thank you. And through the chair, I'll never say we don't need more money. Of course, I think we need more investment in many, many, many programs. And my passion for supporting students with special education needs is at the lead ask. I will remind trustees that we right-sized our funding from the ministry for special incident portion claims, and we saw that increase, you'll remember, at around $16 million. So that is maintained every year. I can't quantify for trustees level of need. What I can share is trending across Canada, and certainly in Ontario very dramatically, is the leading exceptionality that is growing is autism. And students with autism span obviously a great range of need. The special incident portion funding from the ministry is intended to keep pace with how many students that we welcome into our schools and support. Having said that, I think advocating for additional support for special education students would be a welcome advocacy letter from staff. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I will be introducing something later. My hope is that we can assess this for the 2026 budget process and make a more targeted request to the ministry for increases in special education funding. We're hearing it across, I'm hearing across the country, every board. I believe this is something that we need to be united in calling for because of the changes that we are seeing. And so I'm hoping that should trustees be back at this table in the fall, that we will be in discussions with staff on the 2026 budget process and advocating for enhanced supports at that time, not just no cuts, but enhancements. With my time remaining, I do want to ask about outdoor education. I might need to get back on the list. I wanted to know if there were other options considered that would allow for Sheldon to continue to remain open in 25-26 for either day use or overnight programming. Thank you.
Thank you. And through the chair, our hope for Sheldon is indeed to be using it for community groups, leasing opportunities. We are going to be maintaining the facility being open because we're wanting to make sure our buildings are kept up. So we're going to be having a caretaker as well as a wood person there to maintain the grounds. And we'd be pleased to keep the board of trustees aware of the progress that we're making with TLC. We've had our first meeting. And of course, our goal is to be developing a funding source for all of our outdoor education sites.
Thank you. And I'll go back on the list and appreciate it.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Trustee Earhart. Trustee Dawson, you have the floor.
Thank you through the chair. I first of all just want to say thank you to staff for considering all of the feedback into this proposal, and to my colleagues for all of your amazing questions. I've been listening intently here. I do have just one question about, there was a motion passed a few meetings ago about bringing back information on the triple split classes. And I just wondered what the status of that report was through the chair.
Thank you. And through the chair, work is underway on that report and will be provided through the director.
Okay. Do we have a timeline or?
We'll revisit that and provide the information as soon as possible. Trustee Dawson, perhaps through Trustee Weekly within the next 2 weeks.
Okay, thank you.
We met the motion. Is that all your questions, Trustee Dawson?
Yeah, that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other trustees before we go on to round two? Okay, we're going to recess for, it is 8:30. We're going to come back at 8:40. We're going to try to clarify the difference between what we're passing in year one and the commitment we're making in year two, so we can be clear for everybody what that represents. So we hope to reconvene at 8:40, which is in 10 minutes from now. Thanks. Our apologies, trustees. We expect to be able to reconvene right now, apparently. So we'll attempt to do a roll. Trustee DeVitas is in the room. Trustee Earhart is in the room. Trustee Hassan and I are in the room. Trustee Lee, are you with us?
I can be.
Trustee Rajwani. Trustee Wong?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you, Trustee Wong. Trustee Patel?
I'm here, Chair.
Thank you, Trustee Patel. Trustee Shan?
I'm here, Chair.
Thank you. So everybody with the exception of Trustee Rajwani. Okay, so before we go on with round 2 of questions, Trustee DeVitas asked a question about this process is actually approving in year 1 and in year 2, and what would be required. And the director, I believe, is going to speak to this.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to Trustee DeVitas. Trustee DeVitas, you asked earlier whether approval of the 2-year plan this year would enable the board to revisit that plan next year and use this plan, the 2-year plan, as a starting point for developing next year's budget, or whether it would signal a firm commitment in the 2-year plan as written. And if that would then require reconsideration through that formal process, requiring, for example, 2/3 of trustees to vote in favor of reconsideration in order to revisit the 2-year plan. It is my understanding that that the former would be accurate, that this is trustees' best commitment to how to reach a balanced budget, but that commitment to this 2-year plan would not prevent trustees from revisiting the plan for how to get to a balanced budget within 2 years. I hope that is helpful.
Thank you, Director. And with that, you're back on the list. So you can ask your questions. You asked your questions when you were out. You're back on the list. You can ask them.
That's fine.
Okay.
Thanks, Dad.
Well, you can do that.
That's okay.
Okay. Trustee Pei, this is round 2 of questions. Trustee Pei, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, I want to ask the staff a question regarding enrollment number. And I just see that we're going to have another 0.6% decrease from the last year in terms of enrollment number. So I want to understand what that really comes of ministry's funding.
So through the chair, Trustee P, you're asking how the decrease in enrollment is impacting
the funding number.
grants?
Yes, correct. Yes.
So there is approximately a 0.6% decrease in enrollment, as you indicated. Most of our core education funding is based on enrollment. So it would be an approximately a 0.6% reduction in grants. Obviously, we see a 1.9% increase, and that's because of all of the increases related mostly to the collective agreement implementation. So the percentage increases for staff for next year. So it does impact our grants. The impact on enrollment of 0.6% usually equates to approximately the same decrease in grants. What I will say is that for the most part, it also decreases our expenditures similarly because as we saw, instruction is the majority of our costs. And so the instruction costs and the classroom teacher number is impacted by our enrollment as well. So it has an impact on our grants. It also has an impact on our expenditures.
Okay, So I did a rough estimate, 0.6%, you know, for a $3.7 million budget, that's roughly around $20 million. So if we don't have that $20 million decrease, we don't even need to talk about, you know, deficit right here. I did a rough calculation, $20 million minus 13.7 POD, minus 2.8, you know, and the deficit. Actually, we come on the top of that $3.5 million surplus. So that's the math I'm doing right now. So I think through you, Mr. Chair, I think the staff need to do a better job to increase our enrollment number.
Trustee Pei,
Yeah.
you need to be careful. You need to be, the language you use, you need to be careful in your characterization of the work being performed by staff. You can ask for a different alternative. You can suggest different routes to get different places. But you have to stay away from characterizations about the work that staff is doing.
Okay, Mr. Chair, may I have a clarification for that? Which language I'm using is you deemed like inappropriate? Which word, which language I'm using? Which
You
word?
just used to,
yeah.
You used a work to, you used a negative term to describe the work that staff is doing.
Which negative word, by the way? Sorry, I'm confused here. Which negative word I'm using or I used?
I didn't hear. Okay. And I didn't write it down. Okay, I will just request the trustee to try to, yeah, there was a reference about doing a better job and implying that the work being performed. So the word, I took exception to the word, I thought the word better made implications that could be argued would be disrespectful to staff. And we can always have differing points of view. I make lots of different recommendations for different work, but we have to do it in a manner that's respectful to staff. And I found it subjectively, the notion that they needed to do a better job. So I was trying to suggest that there was probably a better way to phrase your question in a way that it wouldn't appear to anybody to be disrespectful to staff.
You know what is, Mr. Chair, with all respect, I never try to say anything disrespectful to the staff. When I say, I think the staff need to do a better job. I think we need to improve our position in terms of getting more students to come to our board. I don't think that's really have any meaning being disrespectful. It's like I will open the floor to ask other trustees. Did I see anything that really offend anybody?
Yes.
Just because I think we all have to do a better job,
Yeah.
right?
Okay. No, and we'll add, his clock's been running for a minute while he's been addressing this. So we'll give him a minute before so that he can answer, ask the questions and use his time appropriately.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I want to continue. I just want to say, okay, through you, Mr. Chair. So in what measure, the staff can really employ to increase our enrollment number?
So thank you. And through the chair, I'm just verifying, I believe that the decrease in enrollment is also impacting the Catholic Board. And I believe it as a result of decreased newcomers to Canada, the costs of living in Toronto. In general, there are less school-age students that are living in the city of Toronto. I will confirm that. I'm not sure that we don't, System Officer Castaldo has a prior engagement, so he isn't able to be here this evening, this late. But we can also ask him to look at the projections. We do, I think, do some great work in the schools with regards to retentions from grade 8 to grade 9, because that is one of the points where we can have an impact. But I will turn to my colleagues to see if there's anything else they want to add about ensuring that we retain as many students as possible.
Thank you through the chair. I would just briefly say the phenomenon is not just for TDSB. It is across the GTA, except for our outlying areas. Again, cost of living is extraordinary, and it is very much related to our welcoming of newcomers. I think the TDSB is seen to be a leading board in Canada, and we will always be working hard to deliver the best programs possible for our students. Thank you.
Thank you, staff. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, to be honest, I'm still confused, because when we see Toronto as a growing city, 20 years ago, we have 260,000 students. Now we're down by exactly 10%, 234,000. So I just don't understand. I can never wrap my head around with a city with a booming population. If it's not by 100%, since 2000, at least by 60%. I just do not understand why the parents were not willing to send their kids to our school. Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair.
Through you, Chair. Are you asking staff to respond to what you've just mentioned, Trustee Pei?
Yes, Mr. Director. So because I want to find the root cause that what really caused that decrease our enrollment. Why our enrollment number is not parallel with the growth of the city.
Okay. Do you have some ideas through the chair why that may be, Trustee Pei?
If through you, Mr. Chair, if I would say that, I think the quality of our education are not attracting more students to come to our board. That's my biggest concern.
So through the chair, we don't have data to demonstrate that, Trustee Pei, but I certainly hear your perspective on this. I think that as the associate directors have stated, we're seeing this trend, not just in TDSB, but in other school boards as well, including across the GTA. Certainly with our focus on instruction moving forward, we are wanting to ensure that the multi-year strategic plan is properly and fully implemented, that we elevate all of the amazing things that are happening in the Toronto District School Board, and that we're doing everything that we possibly can to improve outcomes for all kids and to make sure that we create access to an excellent education in each of our schools, and that's our commitment as we move forward. As Associate Director Zucker has pointed out, a system officer of planning can certainly take a look at the trends and see what further insights can be offered. But I note your perspective on the matter, Trustee Pei. Thank you.
Okay, through you, Mr. Chair. So I would like to ask the director, do you really think by removing the merit based program to some as our specialty program, would that have impact regarding enrollment number?
Through the chair, I don't believe that the trend data on enrollment would necessarily support drawing that conclusion. That is certainly something that could be looked at. The system officer is considering potential reasons. But as I mentioned, the trend data that TDSB is seeing is not inconsistent with the trend data in other school boards when it comes to decreasing enrollment. Thank you, through the chair.
So you, Mr. Chair, so Mr. Director, can you provide that data regarding how many students who actually went to other board or private school when they were rejected by the lottery system? Could you provide that data to the trustees? Thank you.
Through the chair, with respect to the interest-based programs, Trustee Pei, you are aware that the former minister provided direction to the school board to revisit the consultation. That consultation plan has been provided to trustees, so that the board will engage in further consultation to look at the admissions process for interest-based programs. And through that process, there is certainly an opportunity to bring forward what we will hear from community and any data points that are relevant to the discussion. And I'll ask A.D. Sarisco to add to the conversation.
Yes, thank you. And through the chair, the application rate increased in our first year of beginning our CSIP policy process. Thank you.
Okay, assuming the chair, I just want to reaffirm my question is, so the board is going to provide the data that people who are not been lucky enough to get into a CSIP program, whether they move to other board or a private school, so the board would have that data, for next GPC meetings.
Thank you. And through the chair, the data that I shared, Trustee Pei, indicated that what we interpreted from the increased applications is that more students felt that they had an opportunity to access the central student interest programs, indicating strong support of the approach. The enrollment trend data that I think that you're asking for, again, that is shared by other boards in the GTA. I think staff are going to need to take that back and analyze the trends that we see. What we've shared with you is our leading best guess, and I think it's more than a guess. It's a very educated discussion that we have, is that our immigration policy changes, our newcomers to Canada, has dramatically impacted the enrollment in the TDSB, as well as the high cost of living.
Okay, thank you. So you, Mr. Chair, I want to move on. Okay, regarding the MI program. So I want to understand is who really come up with a great program called a renewed music program? Who's the person responsible for this report? May I ask him or her a questions or a few questions?
Through the chair, Trustee Pei, we invite you to ask the questions, and I'll direct the appropriate staff to respond.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Director. Through you, Mr. Chair, my first question will be, in 2019, we cut 30 MI instructors from 104 to 74. So I want to ask, through you, Mr. Chair, the staff, based on the 30% cut of instructors, how many programs been cut? What's the percentage?
Through the chair, if I may, to Chair McLean, I'm just wondering if I can invite Trustee Pei to help staff understand the question in relation to the budget report before trustees, so that we're best able to suit understanding of the report for consideration to have a balanced budget.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Okay.
Yeah, hold on, Trustee Pei. I think the question is fair because we're maintaining a level of funding that we've established that is current, but previously it was at a different level and we've moved it down. So the question is reasonable. Like we're talking about where the funding level is at the moment. So a question about how we got there and the choices we made is reasonable. So I think to the best of your ability, an answer to the trustee's question would be appropriate.
Through Mr. Chair, the reason I'm asking is like, I think the staff introduces this new program because they think this program is not equitable. Because there's 191 schools don't even have the program. So only 277 schools have, for 427 program. So the question I'm asking, when you're cutting 30% of staff, then you're expecting at least 30% drop of the program. So the program is like 191 schools not getting it. Maybe really come from the cut from our board, not because this is equity issue. That's my question. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Through the chair, if I am surmising what I believe Trustee Pei is talking about is the previous reduction added to the inequity. Is that, am I following your question, Trustee Pei, and the point that you're making to
No,
staff?
what I'm talking about, because I think the staff will propose that the program is not covering all 460 schools because so that's why they're not equitable program. So that's the reason we need to remove the inequity part of that program by cutting those 74 MI instructors altogether next year. That's what I'm getting.
Thank you. And through the chair, just to point out, Trustee Pei, that the report that is before the board maintains IMIs for next year.
I understand, but with the intention, the staff want to cut IMI in the next year because we're approving 2-year budget, not 1-year budget. If we approve the 2-year budget, this means we approve the cut for IMI completely next year.
Thank you. And through the chair, again, Trustee Pei, what staff have put before trustees is consideration for a program that does not currently have a funding model. A $1 million investment would maintain past 26-27 with a commitment from staff to explore different pilots as well as investing in instruments and professional development for classroom teachers.
And Trustee Pei, the response provided by the director following the recess was clear in that the second year of the plan is a budget plan that we will work toward, that we are making the commitment and demonstrating the means to get to a balanced budget at the end of year 2. But we are not, there will be a discussion 365 days from now as some of the things may or may not have changed, and there will be options for trustees. We are having but we will FBAC will have a budget process next year. What we're deciding with the 2-year plan will not eliminate the budget process for next year. Trustees will have the option, if different revenue streams are identified and different outcomes are desired, there will be the flexibility for trustees to make those determinations without having to reach reconsideration, which is 2/3 of the board. So we're doing a plan for this year and a commitment for what we're going to try to do next year and demonstrating how we can get there. But the decisions are not, the year 2 decisions are not binding in and of themselves.
Sorry, Chair. I missed that part. So do you mean that a 2/3 of trustee need to agree to revisit the budget next year before I can open the conversation? Sorry, it's the clock keep running down. Sorry, Chair.
Yeah, sorry, we'll give you the 15 seconds that you. This year, we're passing a 2-year plan. Okay, the budget for this year, 25, 26, will be implemented, and we're showing and demonstrating a willingness and a means in year 2 to get to a balanced budget year at the end of year 2. If there are different realities that emerge in year 2 that result in different choices next year that get to the same overall goal of having a balanced budget, then trustees will be able to make them without having to deal with reconsideration, which means that if they needed, the bar for reconsideration is 2/3. So that won't exist next year if the budget committee or the board at that time chooses to make a different expenditure, a different allocation, a different percentage. It will simply be the majority of the board, as it is today, as it will be next year. Reconsideration won't come into play, was the point I was making, and was the response that was shared by the director.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, I want to continue as my question regarding IMI program. So for that $1 million investment, what are they really being invested on?
Through the chair, I'll invite System Superintendent Liz Holder to reply, please.
Thank you, and through the chair. The renewed music programming model, what is being proposed is to use $1 million to invest in purchasing musical instruments for some schools. The data that will be used to determine which schools will be supported that way is the music inventory that has been gathered by the Arts Department. We will also be investing in professional learning to better prepare teachers to meet the needs of students in delivering strong music programming. We will also be investing in subsidizing AQ courses in music for TDSP teachers.
Okay, so what kind of consultation you have done regarding this program success? Have you talked to the teachers, 634 teachers? Have you talked to IMI instructors? Have you talked to students? What kind of consultation you have?
Thank you for the question through the chair to Trustee Pei. This is part of a budget development process, Trustee Pei. Again, this is staff's best thinking for options as part of the 2-year plan. The ministry asked us to be looking at areas that were not funded. Staff have put this forward for consideration. That did not enable a consultation as part of that development. Certainly, as we are engaging in the transition plan and accessing the $1 million, our conversations will include speaking to those involved in the program. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Pei. Your time is up. Would you like to go back on the list, sir?
Yes, please, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, staff. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Trustee Laskin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll start with IMI since that's where my colleague left off. The IMI program, I noticed in Direct Line a few weeks ago that applications were up for the next 2 years. Can you tell us the status of the IMI program in the schools right now?
Thank you, and through the chair, our IMI program is in development and distribution. So as you know, schools apply to be asking for an IMI, and then staffing decisions are made accordingly. So it is in process, and just looking for, I'm seeing nods across the way.
Thank you very much. Can you clarify for me what grades in elementary school IMIs work with? For you, Mr. Chair, to staff?
Superintendent Holder, I invite you to speak to those details.
It'll be Superintendent Panagiotis, and Assistant Superintendent Holder will add. IMIs support elementary schools up to grade 8.
It's for you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Chair, to staff. During this next transition year of piloting, I think I heard that there is an existing inventory of all musical instruments in each school. Is that correct?
We do have an inventory of musical instruments in the schools.
Right. Okay. I am wondering if staff will look at the, I understand in the pilot and the way IMIs work is that the teacher that the IMI works with in that class is in the classroom and learns from the IMI, and they share. My question is, has there been any consideration on focusing IMIs on grades 6, 7, 8, where students have obviously different skills than they might have in kindergarten grades 1, 2. Teachers might have different confidence levels, and any conversation about that, because if the intent is that music teachers end up replacing IMIs to teach string and band, etc. I guess my question is, has there been any consideration given in is it teacher interest? Is it grade interest? I'm just wondering if that's part of the conversation during next year's pilot. Through you, Mr. Chair, to staff.
I'll start. As you may know, our IMI support students from kindergarten all the way to grade 8. It is, in the past, we have not, as far as I know, looked at focusing on grade 6, 7, 8. We'll certainly take the question under advisement. Depending on the number of schools that request IMIs, it's hard to know in advance who's going to request. The process is not yet completed. Also, schools will be traditionally or have asked for IMIs depending in part on the musical instruments that they have and the teachers that are available in the school with that knowledge. And I would also add that there will be a more intentional focus next year to support the teacher's professional learning job embedded in the classroom, which has not been as much of a focus over the last few years. So that will be our intentional focus, to build that capacity in the classroom learning for the teacher. Thank you.
There is currently 2 types of IMI programs with specialization in grades 5 through 8 to instruments. That's right, strings band, steel pan, and that's correct. And the ORF and the recorders and so on is more kindergarten to grade 6. But I think that level of specialization and how it's different will absolutely be part of our reflections.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, because I think it will be very important for trustees. Maybe there could even be a mid-year report on how that pilot is going and lessons learned to date, because I think the goal is to have a strong music program. To date, IMIs are integral in supporting that strong music program. I'm not quite sure in 1 year how we can move so quickly that somehow the music program to be strong doesn't require their level of expertise. But I am interested in all the learnings over that pilot and the willingness and the intention of classroom teachers who may not see themselves as music specialists, their comfort levels, how many are comfortable, how many can do these programming. So I'm really looking forward to that. And maybe staff could consider, Mr. Chair, I don't need an answer now, some sort of mid-year report on how that's going. Because the program itself and what it develops in the kids keeps our specialized schools and our regular high school music programs strong. And I hate to see any change in the program change the whole nature of music within the TDSB and the program offerings for our students. Okay, that's my first point. On pools, Minister Calandra was quoted. He recently said, and in quotes, he will not allow and Toronto District School Board pools to be closed as a cost-saving measure. So given that statement from the minister, I noticed in the report, if we can't lease our pools, that there would be a proposition to close them. So through you, Mr. Chair, to staff, before Wednesday's meeting, can they get a commitment from the minister if he means what he says and he says what he means for this budget discussion on Wednesday? For you, Mr. Chair, to staff.
Through the chair, to Trustee Laskin. Trustee Laskin, we can certainly make an outreach to the ministry to ask that question. I wouldn't necessarily be confident that we will be able to bring back a response in time for Wednesday's meeting, if at all. But we can certainly outreach with the question.
Do I need to pass the chair?
Thank you very much. So my concern remains at the actual programming for students during the day in our schools. I do understand the consideration. Staff have gone a long way for closing all the pools to closing them and maybe 50% programming. But I'm still looking for that $8.5 million for aquatics instructors to make sure our open pools can have full programming. So I'm also interested in a kind of mid-year report on how the TLC was doing with leases, how much above and beyond could fund some of the aquatics instructors, and the possibility of looking at alternative sources of funding for aquatics instructors. So I'm interested in that because that's an $8.5 million gap to balance our budgets because they are currently unfunded. And I noticed my time is up. Can you put me back on the list, please?
Thank you, Trustee Laskin. Were you theoretically asking about this report, or were you?
When I'm back on the list, I'll continue with that
Okay.
thought to make it clear for staff.
Okay, I just didn't understand whether you were asking a question and
no
expecting a
problem.
response.
No problem at all.
Okay, thank you. Trustee DeVitis.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I want to thank the director and the rest of the staff for taking the time to consider my question. And I appreciate the response. I wanted to continue with a different line of questions about a number of different things. And I know we've gone through so many different reports and some of these things. There's so much material, some of the stuff, to be honest, I'm still trying to digest. To pick up on some of the stuff that Trustee Arhart and Trustee Laskin were talking about the pools. When at the planning committee, I asked the question of TLC staff about the potentiality that some of the pools would be more attractive to potential leasers than others. I did in the context of the type of equity framework that, say, the City of Toronto or other jurisdictions have looked at with these type of exercises. So a question to staff is, given that there's an appetite not to make a decision on closure before we come back to the board, what if any frameworks have been thought about that would allow us to use the value of all the pools collectively to keep all the pools open? Right, to allow us to make the value of the pools into something that allows us to keep all of the pools open, because that, I think, will have wide support in the board.
Thank you, and through the chair. So it's an interesting question, and I guess it really does depend on how much profit can be gained from all of the pools. to support something like that, and also to support programming and what the trustees' wishes are with regards to programming. So are we happy with 50% and trying to put some towards keeping a pool open? Or so those are the types of conversations, but it's something that we can bring forward as options for sure.
Yeah, and thank you to staff, through the chair to staff. I would encourage you to then look at other models and you know, whether they apply to housing or other types of services. So how is it that we maximize the return on the investment for our users, our students, in this process is something that we need to sort of put our heads towards, because it would be really unfortunate if the pools that attract the most attention happen to be in those postal codes where incomes are higher. That would be a potential outcome of this process, and then we end up having to close down pools in priority neighborhoods only or something, right? I don't know that that's what will happen because I haven't the slightest clue who's bidding, who's interested, and where, any of those things. But that's the kind of framework that we need to sort of think through in order for us to be able to continue to support a multi-year strategic plan priorities in terms of equity of access and things of that nature. And so thank you for the feedback, and wanted to move on to something else. For the one-to-one devices, so I'm not a fan of having a conversation about removing the program. I think universality of the program is important. And so just a bit of a comment, and I'll go back. When we had the conversation around cell phones and the potential of cell phone bans, initially it wasn't in support. I thought some of my colleagues had overreacted on that. Then I talked to my principals, and they overwhelmingly said, yes, we need better rules and we need more enforcement around the use of cell phones in our schools and other devices. Changed my mind. When I talk to my principals and my educators, they overwhelmingly say we need the one-on-one devices in our schools, and it needs to be made available to everybody. So I hear some of my colleagues talking about access and you know, age groups and controls around some of those things. But I think we need to be able to make decisions based on best practices and science before we contemplate the potential savings. So at least we're informed about some of that stuff. So with that in context, simple question for staff around the timing of the report that's coming. Do we have a sense of the timeline, the time frame for that potential a report back? I guess obviously it's not going to be before this Wednesday.
Yeah, no, through the chair, part of the reason that we're delaying the implementation or requesting or recommending it is because we won't have that report until the fall. And so we want trustees to be able to make an informed decision based on all of the information that was requested. Okay, and I think I caught that in the presentation. So thank you for making the adjustment. I only got 20 seconds left, so I'll stop here and I'll add myself on. I have about 2-3 more questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee DeVitis. Trustee Earhart.
Thank you. I had started to ask questions about outdoor education, and I did want to ask a few more just around looking at how we can allow for facilities to continue to remain open for public use. And so I heard about other use exploration. I wanted to know if fee structures had been considered at all this year in looking at proposed changes to outdoor education. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, and through the chair. Changes to the current fee structure were not examined during this budget process.
Okay. I hear that, and we are where we are. But I still have a hard time accepting that a public facility will not be used when we have schools paying private fees to access private facilities for outdoor educational experiences. And so I know we are where we are, but I am hopeful. I know the demand is there to use all of our public facilities. And while I want to ensure access for all schools to these facilities and in line with board motions, I don't want anything else to hold us back from actually using these facilities. So I'm wondering if staff can comment on that, if they feel that there are ways that we can get to the use. I know we've already requested a report back for Kearney. Do we feel we can get to public use for Sheldon at some point in the 25-26 year? Thank you.
Thank you, and through the chair. As outlined in the next steps in the previous reports, opportunities to look for leasing, fundraising, and revenue generation through all of our sites will continue to be a priority. And hearing what we've heard previously, accessing our public assets for public use will continue to be a priority.
Simultaneously, if I may add, we have initiated discussions with TLC to develop the land trust, which we consider urgent. All of the sites have very pressing facility renewal needs, many of which are dire. So we're, again, top priority is finding a funding source so that these gems in our board are sustained and access to their very, very best ability. Thank you.
Okay, sounds good. I think those are all of my questions tonight. But I'm hoping that we'll continue to get updates next year on these, and I'll think about bringing something to board around that, just because I think it's very important that that we keep on top of this, particularly I think for pools as well, but outdoor, these physical infrastructure assets, they need to be used. And if they go too long without use, that presents a challenging environment, particularly when we know the demand is there. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Earhart. Trustee Arts.
Hi, sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. So I want to thank all my colleagues for the questions tonight. So a lot of mine were actually asked and answered. With respect to one-to-one devices, I just want to convey feedback. I don't have a problem with a delay, since this is not a ministry-funded program, and the report looks at other ways to maintain access for students. The feedback I've heard from parents, so when we sent out the surveys, lots of parents contacted me directly, and every one of them said, if we have to be reducing expenses, that their preference would be for the one-to-one devices, delaying them or stopping them. But they didn't do that just for budget purposes. I heard from a lot of parents, especially of younger students, who don't want them. So, and I get in other schools, like in it's not the same necessarily across schools, and there's equity purposes, but parents shared a lot of challenges with the devices coming home. And so not all families are having a necessarily good experience with managing the devices at home. And a lot of them seemed to believe that they weren't allowed to leave them at school, that they had to be sent home. And I've encouraged them to go back and have a conversation with their teacher and principal. And if you don't want the device to come home and there's not an assignment due, there's no reason for families to take on a responsibility that they don't want. So I'm hoping, along with the budget changes, that we can then also have an approach that is a bit more collaborative with families. I realize that each classroom is different, each teacher has a different approach. I know some of my schools are collecting the devices for the summer, and then asking families if they want to keep them or not, but they're setting a default of collecting them for the summer so that they can preserve them, get them maintained. So it seems to be quite different from school to school, and that causes some frustrations. And I think some more resources in how we do this would be helpful. In terms of some other comments that I heard, I think it's important for us to remember to look at also the City of Toronto data. So why are student numbers declining at our schools? Well, children are declining in Toronto. So since 2016, the percentage of children in Toronto has declined by 3.5%. So this has been a steady decline, and the percentage of the population that is over 65 has increased over that time as well. So Toronto is aging. There are many fewer students. They make up a smaller part of the population than they did in 2016. It's been in decline. And with respect to us attracting students, I recall that our presentation of our enrollment data from the fall showed that we gained specifically grade 9 students last year, and gained grade 9 students that came from outside our system. So contrary to narratives that, the declining is due to some specific factor, the decline is due to the fact that Toronto has far fewer students than it used to. And our own numbers showed an increase in grade 9 students last year, not because of board changes in programming. With regards to pools, can I just confirm, I heard from some of my pools that they have permits and contractors in them, that those contractors put their hiring on hold for the summer. I heard a few weeks ago, and then I actually haven't heard an update, but we are going ahead with summer permits for our pools.
Thank you. And through the chair, Trustee Arts, you cut out a little bit. I just want to confirm, are you asking if we are still proceeding with summer permits for pools?
Yes, some of the program operators had put their hiring on hold for the summer, and I got complaints from families, but that was a couple of weeks ago. But my understanding was that we were still having permits for the summer.
Correct. We are still proceeding with summer pool programs, but we do have some pools that are closed due to construction happening that is either directly related to the pool or is related to equipment that is needed to run the pool. And so if you go to the trustee weekly message of June 6th, there's a link there to the summer construction projects that will close pools for this summer.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Arts. Trustee Shan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to kind of the summary that the director gave at the end of the deliberations. I just wanted to get a sense of a bit more understanding of it. Just want to know, like, by virtue of voting on this, we are committing to a balanced budget in 2026, 2027, right?
Through the chair, Yes. Trustees voting to approve the 2-year plan is voting for a balanced budget by the 2026-27 school year, correct, based on the plan that is before you. The question was asked whether trustees can revisit that plan to look at other opportunities to reach a balanced budget within that same time frame based on the factors available at that time. And it's our understanding that yes, trustees could reconsider the plan at that time.
Thank you. Just curious, I know it took quite a bit of time to deliberate over that discussion. I know Trustee Didowidis asked that question, and the staff said that they would be gathering together to discuss it and come back. Just through you, actually to you, Mr. Chair, were you part of the huddle as well?
I was.
Okay, and was any other trustees part of it?
Trustee Laskin.
Okay. How come the vice chair wasn't part of it, Mr. Chair?
He was there in the
It wasn't as, there weren't invitations. It was started as a small impromptu gathering, and it redeveloped in a side room, and everybody, like, nobody was excused or denied the ability to share their perspective. There was a number of people in the room with varied perspectives. No one was intentionally excluded. No one was given particularly higher level, like no one was denied the opportunity to share their thoughts.
Okay.
It was, yeah.
Thank you. Just going back to the question, back to the director through you, Mr. Chair. What's the difference between this motion and passing just the budget and having a separate motion for the deficit recovery plan, as we did last time, to say that we would get to a balanced budget in a year? Why is it coupled?
Through you, Chair, I'm going to ask Eddie Zucker to begin the response to that question.
Thank you, and through the chair, based on the feedback that we received, there were a number of recommendations that have really two parts to it, and it was more of an extension of the implementation rather than these are specific decisions for 1 year and these are specific decisions for the other year. So at the beginning, I think I indicated that it was important to pass this together because they are tied together. There aren't specific necessarily, again, decisions for 1 year versus the other that don't tie together. That being said, we can, as we get more information, with regards to pools, how many pools are being leased, what's the revenue source, as we get information with regards to core education funding, did we receive, funding that covers inflation? Did we receive funding that covers benefits? And to look at how our budget proceeds. But to pass the budget by itself for 2025-26 without the second part to it, I think staff wouldn't have presented it this way if it wasn't, I think, necessary to consider them both together.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, then it is being considered as a board decision for a period of 2 years. And if that's the case, to revisit something that is related to this report, it would need 2/3. Would it?
Through the chair, that's not our understanding. Just like when we pass a budget for 1 year, and then when we come to revised estimates and we know that there are different things that have changed, whether our enrollment is different or whether there's other information that has come, and then we provide additional information. So I believe that based on our past practice and based on the fact that, again, this is a budget and a plan, and they are linked together, yes, and it will be a starting point for staff, assuming that there aren't things that happen within the next year which change the direction. Trustees will be along for the entire ride, so they will be aware of when different information comes forward. We will bring updates with regards to the pools, for example. The decisions with regards to the one-to-one devices will be based on information that we bring back. So it was our understanding that it would not require reconsideration, that this budget plan that is important to be passed together, but if additional information becomes available, then it can be adjusted. This is our best thinking at this time, and it is important to be together.
And Trustee Shen, I'll just remind everybody that in 2019, when we did the budget for 2019, 2020, there was the requirement at that time to create a 2-year plan. So we did this exact process, 6 years ago. We identified that which we would do in the first year, that which we would do in the second year, and it was clear at the time through questions and responses that if things changed, trustees would have the ability, it would not constitute reconsideration to change the things that were in year 2 of the budget. So this is consistent with what previous, this work specifically that happened 6 years ago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, do you remember that what happened 6 years ago as a single motion that combined both years together, or do you remember that as separate?
To the best of my knowledge, we did them together. I think it was what we did. They were, we identified some in year 1, some in year 2. We approved it, and we needed the approval of the government for the amount that we were putting in year 2. So we had to, it was important to identify for the ministry that which we were doing in year 1, and that in year 2 was a reasonable plan to move forward. And then how that actually panned out, we will never know, because that would ended up being the COVID year. So to see, I can't share with you what the year 2 of that looked like, because COVID happened and then the budget took a whole different turn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for those responses. I still find it a little bit difficult to see these two being coupled together in a way that when we quantify, or when we put a condition that if things change, then we would be able to revisit the decision without reconsideration. And that is a very broad generalization around what change looks like. Change could mean maybe different perspectives, different circumstances, but also could be financial changes and so on. When staff bring financial updates on actuals, and if the actuals don't match, we change things. That's the general process for any organization. But I do think that when a board makes a decision around their direction for 2 years, any particular decision, and I might have to check with governance as well, could be foreseen to be opening up a decision that was made. But we'll have to think through this a little bit more. But I'll switch to a different question now. When pools and music programs were being provided as options to balance in the early stages, the staff mentioned quite a bit around equity of access as one of the consideration that they had in deciding, or in equity of access as one of the concern. I wanted to ask if the new plans and new updates have engaged our equity department by any chance, and if the conversations have happened, and if there is any formal way of quantifying the equity impact in these new plans.
It's the question if there has been any conversation with the equity.
So thank you for the question. Through the chair, part of what we have been doing is working in order to be able to provide options with respect to balance. And so the broad scale proposals have been part of larger scale discussions with equity and with others in order for us to be able to move forward. Thank you.
So just to follow up on that question, so I'm just asking if the new plans, like for example, $1 million more in music, equipment, related things, access to swimming programs, pools, which ones are potentially going to be leased out, who the leasing would be, what access points would be discussed. Would that something that is possible to have a more deeper engagement of the equity department? Or do you see that as not being relevant?
Thank you. And through the chair, yes, absolutely. Trustee Shan, we will work side by side with the equity department and as well as research and assessment to be looking at the current LOI calculations and any other criteria. And of course, the music team themselves to look at the inventories. So thank you for the suggestion.
Thank you. That's it for me now. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, staff.
Thank you, Trustee Shen. Do any other trustees who haven't spoken in the second round wish to speak wish to ask questions or give comments before we move to round 3? Hearing and seeing none, Trustee Pei, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to ask the staff regarding there's recommendation number 8. It said that there are going to be estimated saving 0.5 million in 2025 and 2026, 1.5. I just want to, staff elaborate on this. Thank you.
So thank you, and through the chair, those are, as we usually do, staff does a review of areas where we can look at to make reductions. But specifically, we also know that there was a motion passed in February 2025 where trustees approved increases to permit fees. And so those permit fee increases are part of that as well. And also there was a motion passed by trustees to look at senior team, but I think it's more expanded about executive type positions. And a commitment was made by the director to look at that as well. So there's nothing specific right now, but we do believe that a minimum it would equate to approximately $2 million over the 2 years.
Okay. Through you, Mr. Chair, I agree with both the director and associate director that our highest priority is supporting student success and bringing resources closer to students. So to that end, the same standard should also apply to the central positions. So through you, Mr. Chair, can I ask the staff, please tell me how many centrally assigned principals we have in areas that work outside the schools, for example, in people and culture, program, caring the safe schools, special education, and any other areas.
Through the chair, we do have 50 centrally assigned principals, but not all of them work in the areas that you were describing. Some of them, although they are considered centrally assigned, do support schools directly. So we'd have to take that away and provide that information unless one of my colleagues has it off the top of their head.
Okay. My follow-up question will be, how many central superintendent positions do we have that don't directly support the schools that are not funded by the ministry?
Through the chair, I don't have that information immediately handy. Trustee Pei, through the chair. However, examples of centrally assigned superintendents would include two that support mathematics that are directly funded by the ministry. We also have a superintendent supporting special education in addition to the executive officer, demonstrating our commitment again to providing the best opportunities for students with special education needs and ensuring that there is an appropriate level of service across the board. It is a significant lift. We also have centrally assigned staff in caring and safe, in Indigenous education, and keeping in mind that the superintendent that supports Indigenous education also directly supports schools and programs. So those are examples, Trustee Pei, and we have committed to looking for efficiencies with respect to senior team. And as you are aware, Trustee Pei, some information was provided in private session that we are not able to discuss in public session at this time, but I've committed to bringing the board further updates as we seek further efficiencies to address the motion that trustees have posed.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Director. Through you, Mr. Chair, I just want to do a really mathematical calculation here. How many superintendents support in our family schools? 23 or 22?
22.
Through the chair, there are 22 superintendents that support these schools.
Okay, how many total superintendent at the board? What is the total number of superintendent at the board?
So through the chair, we have 49 senior team members that include the director, associate directors, executive superintendents, executive officers, school superintendents, system superintendents, and system officers. So are you looking for a specific breakdown?
Yeah, I'm looking for central positions, like in terms of superintendent positions and the executive superintendent positions.
We have approximately 10. That being said, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 of them are funded outside of or with additional or separate funding.
Separate funding. So are those positions funded by ministry?
Yes, through the chair. They are funded as lead positions or through the responsive education program like the math superintendents. And I just also want to bring to your attention, Trustee Pei, when we looked at our central positions and compared to other larger boards, we actually are almost directly in line with them. Our number of system superintendents is approximately the same as other boards that are much smaller. We do need support in the areas that we do have, and I think that does speak to the lead positions, mostly supporting the funding for these central positions.
Okay, I just want to point out, I asked the enrollment number, right? Our student number coming down by 10% compare year 2000. So I want to understand, 80 years ago, we have today we have 4 associate director. 80 years ago, we only have 1. 5 years ago, we have 2. So I'm just asking the board, why we have more associate directors, why we enroll number, student number coming down, why we have more centrally principals positions, why our enrollment is coming down, why we have more superintendent, executive superintendents, especially centrally located, when our enrollment are coming down. So I just want to understand where we can find those efficiency in terms of central positions. We're already talking about cutting program. I have a big issue cutting program that affect student achievement and the well-being. Why we're not talking about central staff, which has been bulging up over the years. So what really happened here? Through you, Mr. Chair, I want to ask Director for his position on this.
Through the chair, staff have responded, Trustee Pei, to the motion passed by trustees regarding senior team. And you've laid out some of the reasons that factored into the considerations that trustees put on the table when passing the motion to ask the director to consider opportunities for reductions in senior team. I will note, Trustee Pei, that the number of students served by TDSB superintendents is comparable to the number of students served per superintendent in other school boards. The number of schools served by superintendents in TDSB is greater than the number of schools served by superintendents in other school boards based on our calculation. It is understood as well that TDSB, while there has been decreasing enrollment, as our previous responses to questions indicated, remains a highly complex school board. And the number of initiatives that TDSB is required to manage certainly is at least the same as the number of initiatives in other school boards. Doing so within the context of TDSB presents certain particular challenges that may not be present in the same way in other school boards. So we have to pay attention to TDSB's context and looking at how the work gets done. I will note as well that there has been a reduction in the senior team members over the last couple of years, and that in response to the motion passed by trustees, I have committed to review the makeup of senior team to look for opportunities for further efficiencies. So as you're aware, Trustee Pei, I would not be in a position to talk about any individual position at this time. That would not be appropriate for public session. And I have already responded to a plan to bring forward further considerations as we move through the fall and into next year.
Thank you, Director. Associate Director Zucker, is it possible to get, without going into the number of positions, or clearly you had them, but the amount of within the last 2 or 3 years that through the budget process, senior team has been reduced?
Through the chair, if you're talking specifically about senior team, there was a reduction of 3, which is 6% last year. We've also, if we're including centrally assigned principals in that equation, we've reduced by 7 over the last 2 years, I believe, which is over 10%.
Did you have anything further, Trustee Pei? You're on mute, Trustee Pei.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Director. Thank you, AD, Zucker, for the answers. But I just want to explore, is there the possibility we can make our central staff more efficient to serve our students? Because to me, I just felt like when we're cutting vice principals, when we're cutting outdoor education, when we're cutting mental health workers, when we're cutting safety monitors, when we're cutting, try to close the swimming pools, when we try to cutting the complete MI programs, we're not talking about the central staff. This is really bug me. So, through Mr. Chair, I want to ask the director, is that possible you can explore some possibility you can make more central staff more efficiently working and support the budget cut?
Through the chair, that is our continued plan, Trustee Pei.
Yeah, I do see that you is in the recommendation number 8, it's mentioned $0.5 million. So how many central staff going to be involved at the $0.5 million cut and the $1.5 million cut for next year?
I am not able to, through the chair, give you a specific number in public session at this time, Trustee Pei. I have committed to review the senior team makeup. I have committed to continue to look at the centrally assigned principals, and I have committed to continue to look at central staffing cuts. As noted in previous conversations, there have been several cuts of central staffing beyond senior team over the last number of years. I will note, Trustee Pei, that in as much as it is important to have staff directly serving students in schools, we know how critical that is. That also have to be supported by work that is done centrally to provide the support that is needed at the school level as well. I'll also note the amount of work that is generated by or through this boardroom that is largely done by central staff. So it is important to have staff on hand to be able to do this work. It has been noted by some trustees that comparatively, the central staff is actually quite thin compared to many organizations. So nothing is without impact. That being said, Trustee Pei, I have committed and remain committed to reviewing every opportunity to find efficiencies. And I believe that the number that is there is reasonable to get us to a balanced budget based on the recommendations that are before you. If we're able to increase that, then that will be done through our review. However, the number that we've included in the recommendation is reasonable based on our best estimation at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Director. Through Mr. Chair, I want to ask the Director, as I understand, the ministry only provide funding for us to have 33 senior staff members. So why TDSB has 49 members, which is 16 numbers higher than the ministry funded?
Through the chair, the number is greater than 33. I believe it is 34.4. And in addition to that, that has to do with those who are funded through the executive compensation line. There are other executives hired by any school board that may come from a different line. The makeup of TDSB senior team reflects all members of senior team that is not directly aligned to the funding. That being said, that is part of the analysis that we are committed to doing. Trustee Pei, moving forward is to provide clarity and to provide an organization that is aligned with the funding and with the functions that we're required to perform. The organization, as I noted, when compared to other school boards, is actually quite comparable. Through the chair.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Director. So through Mr. Chair, my follow-up question, how many centrally assigned principal which is funded by the province? We have 50. How many are funded?
That's information that we would need to look at and bring back through the chair, and not information that we have at hand to be able to provide in this moment through the chair.
Okay, there are a lot of answers, questions. Okay, thank you, Mr. Director. So my next question will be the recommendation regarding those one-time funded staff. So we're going to eliminate 93 of staff, but we're going to bring back 20 of mental health workers. And, I think it's 43, if I'm not mistaken, 43 like school monitors. So basically, we're going to have another 30 people cut next year. Am I correct?
Through the chair, that's correct. Is mostly the 28 vice principals that were added back this current year.
Okay, so we're cutting vice principals at the school levels. Who are the people really supporting schools, supporting student success? But we're not touching 50 centrally assigned principals. That just is mind-boggling to me. Through you, Ms. Chair, could the staff give me explanation here?
Through the chair, the plan before you, proposed by staff, Trustee Pei, allows us to do the work that we deem necessary to do. It also provides us time and opportunity to continue to review our current staffing at all levels of the organization centrally to determine where we can find efficiencies and how we can make reductions while again ensuring that the work gets done over the course of the next year, certainly into the fall and over the next year. We will be taking a close look at again every opportunity to find efficiencies, Trustee Pei. But we have provided a plan before you that gets to a balance within 2 years and continues to look at additional opportunities to find more savings.
Okay, through you, Mr. Chair, I want to thank the director and associate director Zucker and her staff for working really hard on this budget. And unfortunately, there's so many unanswered questions. Although I'm not at FBAC committee, I will highly recommend my colleagues at FBAC to vote down this budget and ask the staff come back with a better plan. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Director. Thank you, AD Zucker.
Thank you, Trustee Pei. Trustee Laskin.
Sorry, I'm just absorbing my colleagues' thought. Staff are not going to be coming back with a better budget. I just want to say that point blank. They have been working on this for months to the best of their ability. This plan brings us to balance in 2 years, and it is a budget plan. And I did some research as the meeting was going on, and for your information, almost every year we have different recommendations on how we approve the budget. In the minutes of June 19th, 2019, reflect that we proposed the operating budget plan for 2019-2020 school year, including reductions in 2021, be approved. In June of 2022, we approved the 2023 revised operating budget and used the 2023-24 and 2024-2025 deficit recovery plan. So there it was a 3-year projection. This year it says recommended that we approve the 2-year plan to achieve a balanced budget. And when you look at the plan, it gives flexibility in how we would achieve that balanced budget. For example, we could determine not to put back any one-to-one devices and use that potential savings to fund outdoor education, or to bring back vice principals, or to keep itinerant music. There is flexibility within the budget for decision-making, but what's important that the work staff did was give a perspective that a balanced budget within the Toronto District School Board is possible. And after, 27, 28 years of continued deficits and reductions, that brings us to a different place, especially when there is still ongoing advocacy about our structural deficit. The Auditor General's comments that the staff and the ministry need to work together, those conversations have not concluded. there are many things that are unfunded that affect schools that the minister seems to feel should not be cut. They cannot not be cut unless they're fully funded. So I guess from my perspective, this is as good as we're going to get at this point in time. And I believe we are here because of the community advocacy to date, the importance of programs, schools, outdoor ed, itinerant music. Those three, which have been on the hit list forever in this board, there seems to be some creativity being applied to those that may bring in alternative funding sources if the province continues to refuse not to fund these important programs in our schools. So I actually disagree with my colleague who spoke previously. I do understand the perception that just cut centrally and all will be well. But we have cut centrally, and you may or may not remember, we voted actually on a recommendation that the director actually look at the structure of the TDSB, because I actually think we've gone too far in some ways centrally. There are things we can no longer do as a system, which were treasured by students in the system, including Massey Hall concerts for one, because we don't have central staff anymore that can organize those. So I, for one, don't think it's an either or here. I think it's let's try to be as efficient as possible, but there is a point at which you can no longer cut centrally and not think by doing so you're affecting schools. So I think there has to be some realism applied here. This is a $3.4 billion budget that needs to be managed well. So that is my perspective, Mr. Chair. To be honest with you, I kind of forgot what my questions were, given the time of night. So I'm just going to stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Laskin. Trustee DeVitas.
Thank you. I wrote my questions down. But I reduced them because of the time. So just want to talk about a couple of different subjects. The music program, the itinerant music program, there's something I'm still not understanding. And maybe it's just that it's obvious. So we have a number of staff, part-time staff that move from space to space. Would any of those folks be processed in any kind of way to be able to continue to teach through the changes that are proposed by staff? Thank you, through the chair.
Thank you for the question through the chair. The again, I'm sure you've read, Trustee DeVitas, that they're not qualified teachers, so they can't be alone in a classroom. So that's the essential nature, is that it's an enhancement. But we will, in our pilot, explore different ways that we can be using IMIs in a capacity. So we want to get our creative hats on, and we recognize how valuable they are in the history of TDSB, and the work that they do with students. The trick is that they can't be left alone.
Okay, so if I understand it correctly, then there's no current sort of bridge design yet for those folks to be able to cross over into the future plan as much as we may want to. So there isn't a plan yet.
So one of the analysis for sure we want to be doing is do any of the current IMIs hold their OCT? Are they enrolled in a teacher's college? In which case that creative work with people and culture can take place.
Okay, thank you. Just gonna leave us the comment that my feedback or the feedback I heard from folks the most on the program was that the expertise that these folks have isn't going to be shared by our folks that do have the teacher's qualifications, and that creates that conundrum, right? The other questions about special education through chair. So, so we moved the motion earlier, June 4th from SEAC, around not making reductions to special education. As we heard from staff, we are not reducing the amount of monies that are being spent. Just need to understand some of the numbers a little better. And I'm not sure this information was in the report, so I went back to look for it. But I heard today we have 2,300 less ISBs, I think. Is that the figure?
Through the chair, students.
Students, excuse me. 2,300 less students in this year, less than previous years that receive special education supports. So if we have 2,300 less students and we're not decreasing the number, the total funding envelope, then how is the funding being broken up differently? What is happening that allows us to continue to provide quality services to our students that need the help?
Thank you. Through the chair, briefly, it would be changes in staffing and where staffing is placed, depending upon the needs of students, whether they're in mainstream, whether they're in an ISP, whether a class needs more than 2 adults to be supporting the enrollment in that class.
And how does that, and sort of not having that very detailed picture is hard for me to understand the numbers. I think I understand the general direction of the response through the chair. How does that square with the request from staff to, in some instances, increase the ratios from educators to students? Because that's the only thing that I've seen, and maybe there are reports with more details that I've missed.
Thank you. And through the chair, the special education plan doesn't go into classroom by classroom ratios. That's not a report that we provide. That's the work of our consultants and coordinators as they're looking at IPRC placements. Trustee DeVitas, the numbers that we do share would be the student population, staffing, ISPs. I've reported that we are increasing the number of ISPs, the percentage of students. Again, I reassure the board and SEAC that our funding level for staffing remains the same as is currently within the system. I'm trying to think of an analogy. This is in a staffing world, how when we're handing out and deciding how many teachers for schools based on enrollment, this is the same process that we have for our special education team. There are guidelines that we must follow based on ministry expectations. So and this is an important number, for classes that have multiple exceptionalities, the ministry guideline is 16 students. We could make the argument that our DK classes have multiple exceptionalities and say that DK is like a multiple exceptionality and load to 16. We're not doing that. We are suggesting operationally we move from 8 to 10. And again, that is to find efficiencies to redirect those staff to other positions to be supporting other students with need, because the pie remains the same, right? So I really want to emphasize this is not a reduction. This is balancing support for all students.
Thank you for the answer. Appreciate that giving that information verbally this way is more difficult. As feedback, I think would have been helpful to have more detail to better understand it. But yeah, thank you. So, Chair, I'm gonna cede my time. Just a reminder, I do have a business rising motion after the report.
Yeah, ultimately, when we will ultimately deal with this, and depending how we do it, will depend on what we do with the business rising motions.
Hey, thank you.
And sorry, can I just add something? When we pass school-based staffing every year, in the notes for the teaching staff and then the notes for the special education support, there is always a note that says the actual deployment of special education classroom support may change based on student need. However, the overall financial support in special education will be equivalent to the recommended total. So this isn't necessarily new. This is something that it's a note that comes in every single year through school-based staffing. So we approve a certain number of teachers, which is really the dollar. We approve a certain number of supports, which is again the dollar, combine those $2 together, and then based on need determines how many teachers there are versus how many supports that there are. So I just wanted to also say that it isn't necessarily a new phenomenon and that we do speak to it in the school-based staffing report.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have one more speaker on the list, but before that, I need to move in an extension for half an hour. Trustee Earhart will move.
Trustee Rajwani.
Trustee Rajwani will second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed, if any? That passes. Well, we have one, but, and I can appreciate the sentiment. Okay, so we will, Trustee Lee.
Thank you. Through Mr. Chair, I'll try to be really quick. I appreciate what my fellow trustee before me mentioned about the need to cut administration costs, but I kind of just want to set the record straight because it was boggling my mind. When I became a trustee in 2018, if I remember correctly, there were 4 associate directors. I just like someone in the room who remembers to confirm that for me to make sure that I'm not crazy. And I believe it was Carlene, Kathy, Colleen, and Manon.
Yeah, my understanding was that my personal recollection is there was 4 at the time, but
okay,
I'm getting nods around the room for those of us that were here at that time and in the boardroom serving during those negotiations.
Okay, so got it. I'm not crazy. I just I thought I heard something different. I just wanted to make sure that I heard it correct, that my understanding remains to be true. I just want to make a comment because this is touching something that is quite sensitive to me, and it has to do with the amount of management staff that we have. As someone who's fortunate enough to be entrusted to lead a team, I have firsthand feelings on what that manager to team leadership ratio should look like, but I will not use my feelings. I will use what industry leading experts have said. And the number of effective leadership is between 5 to 10 staff members per manager. Any more than that, the consensus is the leader will not know what the staff is exactly doing. I understand that in an education experience environment, we have one principal with large number of staff, and naturally that ratio for school board will be higher. But if we take our employee count, which sits at around, I would say 40,000, and I apply the 10 staff per manager ratio, we should have 4,000 administrators and we're superintendents and we're associate directors, right? So that makes it 1 to 10. We currently sit at around 1,000-ish administrators plus superintendents plus managers. So that makes it a 40-to-1 ratio. My ask for the director, every time you tell us that you're going to find ways to cut staff, is to think about how effective we are at doing the things we want to do when there is a extended lack of supervision and an extended lack of management leadership or employee support, or however you want to call it, right? If we go down even further, how can we make sure that the things that we want to do is getting the support that we need? So my ask for the director is, I know having leadership doesn't look good in the political environment because people attack central leadership and the expenses we dish out for managers. But please think about how the system will operate when you make those operational decisions. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Lee. That completes the speakers list. I'll give one more shout out to any trustees who may want to ask questions or share an opinion. Hearing and seeing none, we'll move forward. There's two options, as I understand it, on how the board can proceed, how the committee can proceed. We can vote to see whether we approve the budget 2-year plan as it was proposed, or we can vote to send it to board without recommendation. Those are the two options as I understand them. I'll take a motion from the committee. Or we can stay all night. I could do that too.
I'm a little sleepy. You wanna sort of, you're the chair. Why don't you tell us what you want to do?
Sorry?
Sorry, on the mic. I'm just me waking up to the fact that we finished all the deputations. Can you just repeat again the two options?
We can, the option on the staff presented a 2-year plan that was as a result of, months and months of work and collaboration and whatnot. We can vote to either approve or defeat the plan, or we can vote to send it to board without recommendation. Board's going to meet, committees make recommendations, boards makes decisions. Ultimately, 2 days from now, the board of 22 of us are going to determine the fate of the budget. But
James moves to send to board without recommendations.
Trustee Lee moves that we send the board without recommendation. Is there a seconder? I will second. Does anybody want to speak to the motion? Hearing and seeing none, can we open the vote?
Mr. Chair.
Sorry. Go ahead, Trustee Shan.
I couldn't get onto it.
Sorry.
Yeah, I remember a similar situation previously, and some trustees did argue that this, as a committee, should make a decision because this committee was entrusted with the responsibility of discussing the budget and so on. So, that's what I thought would be the stand. But just wanted to say that articulate that because that was raised by some trustees in the previous times. But I'm happy to move on to a vote with that. Sorry.
I checked, sorry, Trustee Shan, I checked with Ms. Joseph Dowers, who shared that the committee has the authority, if it's so inclined by the majority of the committee, to send it without recommendation. So as I understand it, it is a viable option for the committee.
Yeah, I totally get it. We have done that before, but I also remember having debates around that before when that was proposed as what is the responsibility of the committee. Anyways, we can proceed. Thank you.
Okay, does anybody else want to speak to the motion? Hearing and seeing none, we'll open the vote, please.
Please in favor.
Trustee Rajwani in favor.
And against.
Trustee Patel against.
Bedovitis against.
Hassan against.
Trustee Erhard in favor.
McLean in favor. Sorry, I thought my toy had worked. Trustee Wong, how do you vote?
Chair, I'm voting against.
Trustee Wong votes against. We have everybody? And that's defeated. So then what's left for us is to vote for approval. I need a mover and seconder to vote for approval of the motion, of the item.
Explain that, I'm sorry, what's left for us?
We
is to what?
decided not to move it without recommendation.
Yeah,
So now it sits on the floor. So we either have to approve it or defeat it.
got it. Thank you.
I need a mover and seconder to move approval.
Lee moves.
Trustee Lee moves. I will second. Anybody wish to speak to this? Hearing and seeing none, can we open the vote, please?
Lee in favor.
Hassan against.
Khan against.
Trustee Rajwani in favor.
Wong against.
Deliberations against.
Trustee Erhard against.
Patel against.
And that is defeated 6-3. I will, for the purpose of the meeting and the purpose of the records, I will declare that I'm issuing a minority report. So that will go to board on Wednesday. The only thing that remains on the agenda is adjournment. I need a mover and, sorry?
Through the chair, your minority report is that staff's recommendation be approved, correct?
Yes, sorry.
I'd like to move a business arising motion if possible.
Yeah, okay, yeah, sorry, there were two business arising motions. Can we hear them or how does that work? Because there wasn't anything approved,
It can, yeah. It was about the discussion because it was around, I have one that is about 2026 funding advocacy. So whether it's approved or not approved, I would like to move that. Any other motions I can.
right, but
later?
because we didn't do it, it's not
It's
business
not,
arising. 'Cause-
okay.
So it'll come Wednesday.
It'll come
As
Wednesday.
a result
Okay.
of whatever transpires
fair enough.
Wednesday. Whatever the will of the board is. So I need a mover and seconder for adjournment.
So just so it's clear, we're not moving any business arising because technically there's no
Right.
business. Got it. Thank you. I can move a motion.
Sorry?
I can move a business
Trustee
motion
Hassan,
to.
second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed if any? Thanks, everybody. We are adjourned.